and precipitation changes. There are several gases such as carbon dioxide and methane that exist naturally in the atmosphere and is being continuously produced by certain activities, and they contribute to the warming of the Earth's surface by trapping heat from the sun in what is known as the greenhouse effect. When the proportion of such greenhouse gases in the atmosphere is stable, the effect is beneficial, making surface temperatures warmer and alleviating temperature swings. However, human activities are increasing the concentration of greenhouse gases in the atmosphere, which is already causing average temperature to rise. Burning fossil fuel in vehicles and power plants emit potent greenhouse gases, including carbon dioxide, methane, nitrogen oxides, etc. In addition, clearing forested lands through burning or logging trees also release carbon dioxide into atmosphere and contributes to the greenhouse effect. There is broad scientific consensus that human activities, most notably the burning of fossil fuel for energy, have led to rapid buildup in atmospheric greenhouse gases. The Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, IPCC, stated in 2007 that carbon dioxide level in the atmosphere rose from a pre-industrial level of 280 ppm to 379 ppm in 2005. This coincided with an increase in the average global temperature of 0.74 degrees Celsius between 1906 and 2005. In 2013, the US National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration announced that CO2 level had hit to 400 ppm. The same year, IPCC concluded it is extremely likely that human influence has been the dominant cause of the observed warming since the mid-20th century. In 2012, the World Meteorological Organization released analysis that shows that the decade spanning 2001 to 2010 was the warmest ever recorded in all continents of the globe. Impacts from this warming have already been observed and include increase in global average air and ocean temperatures, accelerated melting of snow and sea ice, widespread retreat of glaciers, rising global average sea level, and extensive changes in weather patterns, including changes in the precipitation level and increased storm intensity. And as atmospheric concentration of CO2 rise, oceans absorb more carbon dioxide, causing ocean water to become more and more acidic. The acidic conditions make it more difficult for calcifying organisms, affecting the entire marine food chain. Climate change is the greatest environmental threat the world is confronting today. The other aspect of conference is energy. The energy is a critical component of the economic infrastructure, and it is the primary input required to support economic growth. Economic development and energy usage have a close relationship, and they are directly proportional to each other. That is, the greater the country's per capita energy usage, the more developed it is, and vice versa. Human civilization is reliant on a variety of energy sources. The sun is the ultimate source of energy on our planet, and all other sources are obtained either directly or indirectly from the sun. For example, the wind energy that we obtain from the winds, and the winds are produced by unequal heating of two different regions of the surface of the earth. Thus, we can use these sources of energy till our earth receives light from the sun, which is there for next millions of years. This is also the reason why non-conventional sources of energy are also called renewable sources of energy. as every day these energies are getting renewed in the nature. Tidal, wind, solar, nuclear, biomass, and other natural resources are referred to as non-conventional resources. Because they are pollution free, we can use them to generate clean and green energy with minimal waste materials. Furthermore, these energy sources are less expensive and do not contaminate the environment or natural surroundings. India is picking up on the economic growth and under the Atmanirbhar Bharat Yojana, and a lot of work is being done to generate green energy. About 5,000 trillion kilowatt hour per year energy is incident over India's land area, with most part receiving 4 to 7 kilowatt hour per square meter per day. There has been a visible impact of solar energy in Indian energy scenario during the last few years. Solar energy-based decentralized and distributed applications have benefited millions of peoples in Indian villages by meeting their cooking, lighting, and other energy needs in an environment-friendly manner. The social and economic benefits include reduction in drudgery among rural women and girls engaged in collection of fuel, wood from long distances, and cooking in smoky kitchens. Minimization of the risk of contracting lung and eye ailments, employment generation at village level, and ultimately the improvement in the standard of living and creation of opportunity for economic activities at the village level. Further, solar energy sector in India has emerged as a significant player in the grid connected power generation capacity over the years. Friends, the National Institute of Solar Energy has assessed the country's solar potential of about 748 gigawatt, assuming 3% of the wasteland area to be covered by solar PV modules. Solar energy has taken a central place in India's National Action Plan on climate change. I underline the climate change, with National Solar Mission as one of the key missions. It will also constitute a major contribution by India to the global effort to meet the challenges of the climate change. This is in line with India's intended national determined contributions target to achieve about 40% cumulative electric power installed capacity from non-fossil fuel based energy resources. Solar power capacity of India has increased by more than 11 times in the last 5 years, from 2.6 gigawatt in March 2014 to 30 gigawatts in July 2019. Presently, solar tariff in India is very competitive and has achieved grid parity. As of now, we are generating almost 40 gigawatt solar power under installed capacity, which we are planning to increase up to 100 GW by end of 2022. India ranks 4th in the solar energy generation. This is a very important thing to note. And the first being the China, followed by US and Japan. The major concept is based on the theme that how energy can be harnessed from the environment in the form of non-conventional energy resources. The increased temperature of the earth in form of heat can be utilized through the use of technology, and it will be an effort to overcome the burden of excess heat energy in the form of geothermal energy, which causes a hindrance to global temperature. There is an urgent need to address climate change, as climate scientists now say that we have a decade or less to begin reducing greenhouse gases emissions to avoid catastrophic changes in the planet. Energy efficiency and renewable energy are the fastest, safest, cleanest, and most cost-effective means of reducing our use of fossil fuel within this diminishing window of time. We can improve the energy efficiency of our buildings, vehicles, communities, and energy generation sectors. We can transition to clean renewable energy resources that do not emit new greenhouse gases into the atmosphere. The responsible land management practices can help sequester more carbon in the plant and soil. Putting a price on carbon emission would help promote all these solutions by harnessing the power of market forces. Ramping up the production and deployment of renewable energy and energy efficiency technologies does not only provide environmental benefits, but it also provides jobs and economic growth while helping to alleviate our nation's dependence on energy imports, which stands hundreds of billions of dollars out of the country every year. Although we have already committed ourselves to certain amount of warming, quick implementation of these solutions will mitigate the impact of climate change in coming decades. I am sure that the deliberations in this international conference will churn out Amrit in the form of ways and means of alternative energy generation and utilization so that our environment may be well protected for our future generations. Thank you, organizers and audience, for the patient hearing. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. It was indeed very, very informative for all of us. So now I will request our guest of honor, Professor Dr. Raghuveer Singh, Vice Chancellor, Tirthankar Mahavir University, Muradabad, to say few inspiring words to the conference participants. Professor Singh holds PhD from the University of Rajasthan 1999. Jaipur in the area of human resources, a first-class master's degree in management from Jamna Lal Bajaj Institute of Management, University of Bombay, and degree in electrical engineering. Professor Singh has 25 years of experience of teaching and administrative experience at various university departments and autonomous management institutes as director and HOD in institutes like Manipal University, Jaipur, BITS Pilani Modi University, Lakshmangarh, and so on, have hands-on experience in developing quality education ecosystem in Hales, have conducted numerous MDPs for several corporate houses on leadership, interpersonal skills, strategic roadmaps using BSc, leadership grid, Thomson scale, and MBTI, etc. Research areas of interest are turnaround and mergers, human resources and education OBE. He prefers to focus on the 360-degree approach to institutional management. Dr. Raghuveer Singh is one of the first academic leaders in India where a large multidisciplinary university, TMU, has successfully conceptualized, designed, developed, structured, and implemented holistic education. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Sunidhi, and namaskar to all honorable guests at the conference. Let me on the outset congratulate the organization called Council of Industrial Innovation and Research for organizing this wonderful conference, a highly relevant and important conference, that is energy, environment, and climate change. All the three words which have been picked up are so much relevant today that we could see the impact of these words across the globe, and that's been happening for almost about a decade. Energy requirement, as we all know, has been continuously increasing. Rather, the world is hungry for the energy. The appetite is never ever going to reduce. Now, the question of how do we enhance the green energy, because the problem here is the rate of growth of overall energy requirement is growing almost at the same rate which the green energy production is increasing. However, India as such, for last at least 1 decade, has been a very, very fast track in terms of bringing in green energy. If you look at how the world is actually tackling climate change, and what if the world is failed to tackle this problem of climate change? Currently, you could see what's happening in Pakistan, what's happening even in our backyard at Bangalore, what has happened in China, and of course, Western world. Something which we have never heard, all that is happening today. And that's all because of the climate change. The world took attention to the climate change and brought into what we call as United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change way back in 1994. And thereafter in 1997, the world promised during the Kyoto Convention in the form of a Kyoto Protocol that everyone would dedicate funds in order to reduce greenhouse gases in the environment. But let's accept the world has slept over it. No one is in fact agreeing to commit. The developed world is asking the developing world to reduce because they find these countries are hungry for the energy. That is in case of India and China, which is so obvious. Simple reason, because these are the countries which is growing now. This is where the global factories are actually situated. Now, these countries says you have had enough in the past. Please reduce your appetite, and whatever damages you have done in the past, please repair that and contribute funds to them. Unfortunately, that's not coming. It's not happening. The world appears to me as a divided house. If we look at our own country, we as a nation has to go miles and miles in order to reach to the standards what today the Western world has. But though we have an appetite for energy, we do not have resources. 85% of our crude oil is being imported. And we spend almost about $120 billion. That makes about 25% of our total imports. So India as such, in my mind, has no choice but to fall back on green energy. See, it's not just that we import and the energy is not, it's available, but the way the world geopolitically changing, you could soon see, the problems of even sourcing our crude oils. The way the world is politically and geopolitically dividing today, it may not be far off before the nations shut their walls on us. So researchers, in fact, has to come forward to find leaner, cheaper, and economic ways of producing alternative energy. There is, and I'm sure this conference would help in at least bringing that kind of awareness that doing research definitely will bring new ways of producing new energy. There's no doubt. If I look at the holistic picture today, globally, in terms of energy, the climate change, 7 main points which I like to focus. The geopolitical situation today is causing upheavals. That is, there is so much variation and deviations in terms of prices, in terms of sourcing of your energy, and in terms of push and pulls from different nations. Nations, if you could, if you have been following a little bit of politics, you would realize that a couple of months back, the Western world especially had tried to pull strings with India and trying to blame that it's the India which is in fact funding the Russia for the global world by buying their oil. But thanks to the lively and a wonderful foreign minister of our country, who was well equipped, who was well informed, and who's much more knowledgeable to handle all these issues. He said that India imports oils in a month what the Western world imports in one afternoon. Tell me who is funding the world. He shut their mouths. So what I'm trying to say here is that there would always be, pressures on countries like India, but the world has to realize that India has moved a long since 80s and 70s of the past century. India is not going to take a pressure, and they said we would decide what is good for our people and what is good for our nation, irrespective of what world thinks of us. Now that you can only do when you are economically sound, when you are economically strong, you see. So ultimately we say that it's the economics which runs the world. Otherwise, in spite of having all the resources, all the technology, you may not be able to do that. Look at Africa, the richest nations in terms of raw materials, whether it is energy or any other metals, but it is the poorest region of the world is because of economically they are poor, and they will continue to be in next few years. As I mentioned earlier, the need for energy would continue to grow. That's the next important thing. Not only for countries like India and China, but globally also. The more the devastations happen in the world, greater the need of the energy would be. You'll find, the seasons are shifting already. What used to be a winter for a few months, it is a severe winter for those months. Now this severity would need more energy. Now where this energy would come, it will come from exploitation of existing fossil fuel resources, that causing more damage to the environment. Third point which I like to highlight is the devastating change in climate change. I don't know whether it is reversible or not. I'm not a scientist. But whatever little bit I know, that if we reduce those greenhouse gases by avoiding to use fossil fuel, probably it could reverse those damages which has been done to the climate across the world. And there is no prediction mechanism, or there is no tool which can predict that what kind of damages in future would happen. What kind of upheaval these changes in climate will cause in future. As of now, we have not been able to predict that. Suppose the glaciers start melting at a faster rate. What all will submerge, we have no idea. What would fall from heavenly above, we have no idea. Some ideas we already been, the God has already given indication that this is what is for us in the future. So earliest the global leaders, or those important leaders, powerful leaders, the leaders of advanced nations, unless they awaken now and bring those corrective mechanisms in place, the world is supposed to be ready itself. Worst thing that would happen to it. Major concern for me is the inaction by those powerful advanced nations leaders. Why that inaction? It could be because of the domestic compulsion, political compulsions. But when you have to survive in this world, the leaders have to have no choice but to act beyond those domestic compulsions if they want to save this world. If they cannot save, then we would be responsible for damaging to the future generations. And he said that no generation has the freedom to damage the next generation's opportunities. And unfortunately, that's what we are doing. I think next 20 years or so going to be very, very crucial for the world to survive and survive well and grow in the future. Thank you, Sunidhi, so much for giving an opportunity, and namaskar, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for your golden words. Now we will present a token of appreciation for our chief guest and guest of honor from CIIR.
Thank you. Thank you, Sunidhi.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. Now I request the special guest invited for this conference, Dr. Anurag Verma, Principal, College of Pharmacy, Tirthankar Mahavir University, Muradabad, to enlighten the conference participants. Dr. Verma got his PhD in pharmacy from Gautam Budh University, Lucknow in 2012 and Master's Pharm degree from Rajiv Gandhi University of Health Sciences, Karnataka in 2000. He has qualified GATE examination twice in 2004 and in 2005 as well. His research areas include drug delivery, material science, cosmetics, ocular drug delivery, gastroretentive drug delivery. He has published more than 125 research papers in reputed journals. Over to you, sir.
Sorry. And the topic is also very interesting. That is energy, environment, climate change, because all these terms are interrelated. Because if there is a climate change, there is change in energy and environment also. But as a person of life science, I am more concerned with its impact on the health and pharmaceuticals specifically. So at present, climate change is the biggest health threat we are facing. And we are also facing the consequences in the form of increased frequency of endemics and pandemics throughout the world. So the UN body, the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, recently concluded that to avoid catastrophic health impacts and prevent millions of climate change related deaths, the world must limit temperature rise to 1.5. But even this 1.5-degree rise is also not safe, because this will increase the bioburden, and bioburden is increased in the atmosphere, in the environment, right? Then there will be increase in the spread of infectious diseases. Simultaneously, climate change affects the social and environmental determinants of health, that is availability of clean air, safe drinking water, sufficient food, and secure shelter. And as per a recent World Health Organization report, that between 2030 and 50, the climate change is expected to cause at least 2.5 lakhs additional deaths per year from malnutrition, malaria, diarrhea, and heat stress. And the most suffer will be the developing country, where the healthcare infrastructure is very, very weak. So we need to pay the cost, and the direct damage cost to health is estimated to be around on the basis of each developing country around $2 to $4 billion by 2030. And in our country, if you see that following the COVID-19 pandemic, India's health expenditure saw a rise nearly 73%, from 2.73 lakh crore to in 2019-22 around 4.72 lakh crore in 2021-22. In terms of dollar, it is around $60 billion. Is a huge amount for a country like us, who is housing 150 crore population. We need to take care of the demand from the 150 crore population, take care of their healthcare needs, take care of their medicinal needs. This amount is meager, but if we compare with the what we are actually our GDP estimates, it is a good amount. So, and the main reason for this all this climate change is attributed to the our activities, because for developing, for livelihood, we are increasing biofuel, fossil fuels, and we are also converting the forest land into agricultural land, and because of this, there is climate change. So greenhouse gases, like there is more production of greenhouse gases like methane, carbon dioxide, nitrous oxide, and also because of use of air conditioners, chlorofluorocarbons, hydrofluorocarbons. These emissions जो हैं causes change, bringing about the climate change. Reducing the emission of greenhouse gases through better transport, food, energy use choices can result in improved health, particularly through reduced air pollution. For healthcare professionals, as a life science person, I'm feeling myself as a constant of the healthcare professional team. There is need to raise the voice as advocates for developing climate resilient health system and sustainable low carbon systems. But these are very difficult words, because for that to achieve, we need a leadership and governance. Then we need healthcare professionals who are trained. Third is infrastructure. Fourth is finance. Where comes the finance? And then we need to encourage people who are pursuing research into it, because there is a great need to have climate resilient health systems which can resist their collapse in the event of pandemic, as it happened in the case of COVID-19. Now, second thing, I would like to talk about the effect of climate change on our pharmaceutical industry. Our pharmaceutical industry is one of the most opportunistic industry not in our country, in the world. And because of rising temperature, I said that there is increase in bioburden. So there is more increase in vector-borne diseases, like in our country, malaria, dengue, chikungunya, right? In Europe, it is Lyme's disease, tick-borne fever, and researchers predict that by 2050 there will be 385 to 725 million more people than today will be exposed to infectious diseases, and by 2080 this could reach 1 billion more than today. But why we talk about the future? If we see the current scenario, we are facing the problem. Malaria is a very big problem to our country. Now there is increased incidence of dengue cases, chikungunya cases. So we are paying the cost. We are paying the very heavy cost, because to treat these diseases, we need medicines and vaccines. And medicines and vaccines are not simple pharmaceuticals. They are very costly. To develop them, we need the technology. And we are, in the world, we are not the only sufferer. Next sufferer will be the European countries, which are considered to be safe now, up to now. But because of the change in the rise in temperature, then there will be again increased incidence, increase in threat that will expose a much higher percentage of population in Europe than before. And the estimate number of people that will be exposed to the vector by 2050 is approximately 400 million. The global number of people at risk from the mosquito is predicted to be almost 1 billion. Now, come to the industry. When the risk of disease rises, there is more possibility for the pharma to grow. The selling of medications such as vaccines will be the key part of the opportunity accorded to the pharmaceutical companies as a result of climate change. Now, if you see that when I talked about the healthcare sector, our healthcare bill is around $60 billion, but that is actually related to the medical procedures and other initiatives by the government. It doesn't include the main pharmaceuticals, the cost of vaccines, and other things. At present, our market is 42 billion, and it is the pharmaceutical market in India is around 42 billion in 2021, and is likely to reach 65 billion by 2024, and then expand to reach by 120 to 130 billion by 2030. Now, see how much burden will be on the government and on the people for the healthcare and pharmaceutical needs arising due to the this climate change. Now, come in our country, we are following the system of besides modern medicine, we are also following the system of Ayurveda and Siddha, and for where we need herbs, and these herbs are generally grown in Himalayas. Now, climate change is disrupting our herbal supply chain too. Rains are not coming; they are coming at wrong time. Plants are flowering earlier, which means pollination is off, and in turn, harvesting time are off. And those who collect these herbs, they are on the verge of extinction. Farmers who used to be able to get the herbal crops without irrigation are losing crops due to drought, because at present we are here in Western India, that Western UP, we are facing the conditions of drought. Actually, there is 60% less rainfall this year, and one of the greatest challenge to those involved in sourcing medicinal plants face the impact of weather changes, both on plant supplies and on their life also. Medicinal plants in the Himalayas are under threat due to climate change. And recently, a study by a Delhi University team analyzed that the potential habitat distribution of 163 medicinal plant species in both the current and future climate scenario between the 2050 and 70. So the study shed light that the current species-rich areas are likely to shift by 200 meter and 400 meter in altitude by 2050 and 70. And about 13 to 16% of the medicinal plant species in the region are likely to lose their habitat by 2050 and 70. And over half of the medicinal plant species population will lose up to 80% of their distribution area. This is very serious. Now, it is my suggestion that the universities which are situated in that region, with the help of National Medicinal Plant Board, they develop the botanical garden facility there, and by providing saplings of the rare herbs and herbal plants to the people who are residing in this region, and encouraging these people to go for the cultivation of this, we can improve the distribution area. Thereby, we make a small effort in preventing or in coping the demand for these herbs. Because if these herbs are costly, the Ayurvedic medicine will be costly, and if they become out of reach, then ultimate suffer will be the people. Now, there is one more industry which is related with the climate change, that is the biotechnology. Now, biotechnology has both boons and banes. Biotechnology policy will reduce the effect of climate change by using the modern technology through the use of, say, microorganisms, enzymes. We are actually developing new medicines, and not only new medicines, we are also developing biofuels, we are also developing the bioplastics, and by this way, this industry is actually helping to encounter the challenges posed by the climate change. It is one of the estimate that plastic from the fossil fuel have grown faster than any group of material for several decades, and by 2100 it is predicted that 1 billion tons of annual plastic demand would require 25% of current oil production. Now see how much greenhouse gases will be evolved. So bio-based plastics developed with the help of biotechnology are potentially attractive in terms of specific emission energy savings. Now this topic, if I continue talking, I think it will be very difficult to end the talk. But considering the time limits, and I would like to limit my talk. And again, I once again thank you very much for the organizer to give me a platform to express my views. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Now we will present a token of appreciation for our guest of honor and special guest.
Morning, everyone. It has been such an honor to be a part of this wonderful event. On behalf of the organizing committee, I would like to extend my gratitude to our esteemed guest, Professor R.L. Singh Sir, Vice Chancellor, Neelambar Pitambar University, Palamu, Professor Raghuveer Singh Sir, Vice Chancellor, Tirthankar Mahavir University, Muradabad, and Professor Anurag Verma, Principal, College of Pharmacy, Tirthankar Mahavir University, Muradabad. Thank you, sir, for your enlightenment of knowledge. I am also thankful to Professor R.M. Mehra, sir, Chief Patron of the conference, and team EECC, along with media team and IT team. Thanks to all the participants for joining with us today. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you so much, sir. Now we'll be starting our first session in few minutes. Welcome all to the first session of the conference. May I request Professor R.M. Mehra sir to become the session chair for this session. Hi everyone, we have with us Dr. Zainura Noor, Director Center for Environmental Sustainability and Water Security, UTM Malaysia, who will deliver the keynote address. Dr. Noor has obtained her PhD in chemical engineering from Newcastle University, UK in 2006, her master's degree with distinction in 2002. She got her Bachelor's of Engineering in Chemical Engineering in 1998 from Vanderbilt University, USA. Dr. Noor is a faculty member at Faculty of Chemical Engineering, University of Technology, Malaysia since 1999. She is a trained chemical environmental engineer with extensive experiences in waste and water waste management, life cycle assessment, water footprint, carbon footprint, as well as sustainable development policy implementation. She has substantial experiences in R&D, project management, and is currently leading Green Technology Research Group at one of UTM most dominant center of excellence. She has been appointed as the government's consultant for the study of Malaysia Environmental Performance Index, focusing on air pollution study and wastes generation and management. She has around 150 research papers to her credit that are published in journals of international repute. Ma'am, you can take it forward from here.
Thank you, Ms. Chairperson, for the kind introduction, and thanks again, organizing committee for inviting me as one of the keynote speakers. Allow me, please, to share the screen. I hope everyone can see my screen, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. So taking the cue for the theme of this conference, which is emphasizing on the energy, environment, and climate change, my topics today will be on the renewable energy. But normally, people when people talk about renewable energy, it is from the perspective of mitigation. But today, I'll be taking you to looking from the perspective of adaptation. Right, as previously mentioned by the from the introduction by the Ms. Chairperson, I am from UTM. I'm currently the director of Center for Environmental Sustainability and Water Security, short IPASA. It's one of the research center or center of excellence in UTM. These are our niche area, which, as you can see, encompass both environmental sustainability, water pollution control, as well as climate change adaptation, because our centers comprise of researchers from multiple backgrounds, from multidisciplinary backgrounds. We are able to do research from the transdisciplinary research, looking into environmental sustainability from various aspects, as well as when it comes to managing or adapting and mitigating climate change. All right. Let me move to my next slide. Okay, I'm not going to talk in detail about the climate change problem, because I think everyone here actually truly understand the severity of the current situation. And we have seen these recent incidents happening in Pakistan, as well as we also heard about the scorching temperatures in UK and Europe, for example, which is an evidence of climate change impacts. And that, how do you think in the future, if we are not able to ensure that the increase in 2 degrees Celsius, how much severe the situation would be? So as evident from what happened around the world currently, although perhaps the main culprit of greenhouse gas emission probably would be coming from those developed countries, but those nations that experiencing the severity of the climate change is normally the third world country or the developing country. And in many situations, these countries have the most vulnerable population, also has in certain situations, for example, has rich with biodiversity, but these are slowly being destroyed by climate change. For example, we have seen the evidence of coral bleaching in many areas in the world, in many oceans in the world, Malaysia included, for example, and we have seen species loss in many countries of the world, in Africa, as well as in Borneo, for example, if I'm able to talk about from the perspective of Malaysia. And of course, we have seen drought cases, even bringing certain nations to war. In fact, it was believed that one of the factors that lead to crisis in Syria was because of prolonged drought due to climate change. And of course, those countries, especially maritime countries and remote islands in the Pacific Ocean, for example, are in extreme risk of having sea level rise in sea level that in extreme situation will lead to displacement of the population. Okay, so what causes climate change? Again, I'm sure that everyone here is aware of the main issues or the main cause of climate change, which is actually from anthropological activities, specifically combustion of fossil fuel. But if we're talking about looking into the combustion of fossil fuel, the anthropological activities due to combustion of fossil fuel, what actually entail, or what are the components of these activities? So if we are looking into, or we are examining the distribution of these activities, actually majority of this activity or the combustion of fossil fuel is normally due to production of energy. So here, as you can see, more than 70% of the global greenhouse gas emission is coming from the energy sector. Right? And when we talk about the energy sector, these energy is being used for multiple reasons. For example, transportation, development, urban development, for aviation, shipping, and so on. Right, when we talk about adaptation and mitigation, normally there are two pillars, or theoretically there are two pillars of climate response. So while mitigations remain crucial to limit climate change, to especially or specifically to minimize the emissions of greenhouse gases, the negative impact of climate change to some extent are inevitable, because we have seen the concentration of carbon dioxide, for example, in atmosphere as already exceeding the pre-industrial era. So no, there's no way of decreasing the concentration of the CO2. So whether we like it or not, we have to adapt. So to date, most mitigation and adaptation interventions have been implemented separately in projects and policies. So perhaps many nations, many developed nations normally focus on mitigation, for example, increasing energy efficiency and so on. The third world country or the developing nations, which are bearing the burden of climate impacts, focusing on adaptation. And even if certain countries are looking into both, these interventions are being done separately. So mitigation approaches have been largely economically and technologically oriented and normally put into actions at a global event. However, the approaches for adaptation are more relevant to perhaps from the perspective of ecological and social dynamic, and normally associated with resolving local and short-term impact of climate change. So, however, recent research shows that an integrated approach, meaning that looking into both response at the same time, could be more beneficial than implementation of two pillars separately. So we have to understand first what is the actual definition of climate adaptations. So according to IPCC, the concept of climate change adaptation is still evolving because we have not yet seen the end of it, meaning there are probably more impacts that we need to adapt. But talking, or taking from the current definition provided by IPCC, climate change adaptation is the process of adjustment to actual or expected climate and its effect in human system. Adaptation seeks to moderate or avoid harm or exploit beneficial opportunities. So in some natural systems, human intervention may facilitate adjustment to expected climate and its effects. So adaptation would also include any effort to address these components that previously mentioned. So when we talk about climate adaptation, it is actually to reduce climate vulnerability due to climate change impacts. This is done by increasing the adaptive capacity of a society or ecological system, and at the same time also limiting exposure to hazard, because for example, hazard in sea level rise, hazard to health impact due to rising in temperature and so on. So what is climate vulnerability? Climate vulnerability is the degree to which a system is susceptible to and unable to cope with adverse impact or the negative impact of climate change, including variability and extreme weather events. And normally, this is actually not due to just one factor. It is a functions of or cocktails of various elements, for example, character, magnitude, and rate of climate change, as well as the readiness of certain nations in terms of adapting to these changes. So here, this diagram here shows the relationship between vulnerability, adaptive capacity, sensitivity, and exposure. As mentioned by previous speakers, for example, certain nations may have, the best technology, but if they do not have the financial strength, they are more vulnerable to climate change impacts. So if we look from this perspective of energy, so how can energy play a vital role in climate adaptation? So under current policies, the world, I would say, is struggling to reach the well below 2 degrees as being, deliberated in convention and so on. And even if the mitigation targets are met, by all possible means, the effects of climate change are expected to be amplified in frequency and intensity, again, because the carbon is already there. So adaptation recently has become more popular because there is a vital need to address the negative impacts of the climate change globally. So renewable energy in most situations are normally viewed as climate change mitigation measures because, when you talk about renewable energy, you are using non-fossil fuel source of energy, meaning also less or none greenhouse gas emissions. So normally it is looked from the perspective of mitigation. And so the benefit of climate adaptation is normally overlooked. But however, there is a conceptual link between renewable energy and climate change adaptation if the system is well designed, well monitored, well planned, if these are also part of an integrated system. So let's look at, in general, the example of energy services in climate adaptation. So there are many, if we could list certain impacts, if I could list certain possible impact, for example, drought, temperature rise, and natural disaster, there are many key risks or many issues that could be associated with this situation. For example, we were talking about drought. There will be, of course, the prominent issue would be water shortage. And in this situation, for example, if there is no other way of getting water, perhaps especially for nations that are, have the accessibility to seawater, desalination would be a good option. However, in this situation, for example, if we're talking from the perspective of normal energy or conventional energy, desalination would lead to or would enhance climate change impact because you are using intensive amount of energy to treat seawater or to remove salt from seawater. Same goes, for example, when we talk about sea level rise, temperature rise, and in that situation, it will also affect food security because certain crops can no longer be sustained or being cultivated in that temperature. So in certain situation, we need cooling water, more irrigation, and so on. But this again, when you use more water for pumping, that will lead to enhance the climate impact. So how do we find a balance in this situation? So we need to understand first, in terms of balancing or making sure that these two pillars actually complement each other, we have to understand the trades-off and synergies between adaptation and mitigation. So climate change is expected to increase energy demand, again, like I mentioned, to support adaptation measures, for example, cooling water, even air conditioning, irrigation, and so on. But energy-intensive adaptation solutions, such desalination, can make climate change impact worse due to GHG emissions. So renewable energy can facilitate climate adaptation action in this situation without resulting in significant GHG emission. So the potential environmental impacts of renewable energy technology in the bottom right corner of this figure can be addressed and minimized by adopting more environmentally sustainable practices. So, substituting or making sure that the energy used to support the adaptation measures coming from renewable resources would also will be killing two birds with one stone, because you are mitigating, you are not using fossil fuel based, but at the same time you are adapting, or you are giving support to these adaptive measures. So this diagram here shows the multifunctional aspects of renewable energy contribution to climate change adaptation. So if we're solely focusing our views for adaptation from fossil fuel to provide energy service or non-energy service to adapt the situation, then we will probably make the situation worse, because again, we are still burning or using fossil fuel. So in this situation, we have to see how renewable energy system can be replaced slowly, perhaps if it's not totally phase by phase, to provide this support instead, both from energy service and non-energy service. So energy service could be in the form of providing electricity, or providing cooling and heating system, providing power for irrigation, pumping irrigation, desalination, and so on. And non-energy service could be in the form of providing energy for water storage, afforestation, waste treatment, which require, for example, pumping, for example, aquaculture requires energy for the cleaning or the aeration of water, and so on. Right, let's look at how renewable energy can be a support system for different sectors. For example, here, let's focus on water sector. In many situations, climate change impact will lead to, in many nations, lead to water scarcity, even in countries like Malaysia, where we supposedly have abundance of water. We have seen impact in certain areas whereby there have been prolonged drought, where certain river basins do not have enough water to provide for the population. So how could renewable energy play an important role here? So for example, again, like I mentioned, desalination, and perhaps also provide energy for other forms of water treatment, for example, or distillation, or pumping, even energy for pumping groundwater from aquifer, and so on. And looking from the perspective of treating the pollution, renewable energy could also provide energy to treat this system, or treat this polluted water, provide electricity, power, or energy for purification and sanitation. And in both cases, we have seen certain system is self-sustained. For example, when we talk about biogas or wastewater treatment system, which generate biogas, so those biogas can be used to run the system itself. So in the long run, it will be self-sustained. Renewable energy can also be utilized during flood or drought disruption, whereby you would require clean water during those time, and also, you know, perhaps situation for example, again in Malaysia, when drought happen or flash flood happen, we need to do something really quick. For example, flooding or pumping the drought water outside from the residential areas, and this require intensive amount of energy. And if this energy could be channeled or could be, you know, we could rely the use of energy on renewable, we could, you know, also use this as an adaptation approach. Looking at the food sector, I think this is perhaps one of the important sectors here when we talk about, or one of the sectors which are being impacted the most when we talk about climate change impact, because there are so many interlinked components that play around this impact. For example, when we have temperature rise, again, certain area may no longer be suitable to plant certain crops, because of the requirement, again, because the crops may not be able to adapt to that temperature, also because of the lack of water due to that drought and so on, or because the precipitation system may changes because of the climate impacts. So here, the renewable energy again can be used as the source of providing cooling effect because of the temperature rise, as well as used for the source for the purpose of pumping water, for example, for irrigation. So this, in the long run, could make the system more stable, less vulnerable to the impact of climate change. So I'm sorry, I may not be able to elaborate in detail because of I only have half an hour to talk about this. All right, let's look at from the disaster management. Again, here, even in Malaysia, we have started looking at how we could use renewable energy to cater the needs of people who are being displaced due to disaster management. We, in our country, for example, we experience flash flood. We couldn't even right now pinpoint whether the flash flood will only happen during monsoon, because we have seen, due to climate change, we have seen intense rain throughout the year. So we need to have something to support system that is also reliable to adapt to this situation. So in many cases, when people are being displaced or during flood season, we have to shut down, for example, the connection of electricity connection to that affected area, so that these people may not have access to electricity. So having renewable energy, for example, mobile solar panel, that could help providing energy security during this situation. And in a certain situation, again, you need clean water treatment because there's no connection or there's no access to clean water during a flood, for example. So perhaps we could have a decentralized small treatment system powered by renewable energy to cater the needs of clean water. And again, renewable energy is ideal to be used in ocean coast and remote island because of because of the location of remote island, not connected to the main grid. For example, they need more robust system that enable them to have continuous energy. So especially if the system has access to tidal wave, for example, not only they will have continuous energy, but at the same time, the energy could be used for desalination, for example, especially if the remote island do not have sufficient amount of fresh water. And it could also be used for example, for food security enhancement, for example, fuel supply, for agriculture and aquaculture, especially in these areas. I was attracted, I think the point brought by the previous researcher, Dr. Verma, I think, talk about the impacts of climate on health sector is very true, is very valid, whereby climate change impact lead to so many issues. Not only we have seen so many new diseases because of the vectors have traveled due to variations or in temperatures and extreme weather event, but climate change also bring another issues when it comes to energy security, because in the long run, if we're not prepared, we may not have enough energy to treat people, in fact, so for example, to run a ventilator or to provide especially in the most vulnerable countries. Also, we may not be able to provide clean water, for example, during pandemic or during infectious disease situation like COVID-19. So having so renewable energy could also play a very important role in health sectors, for example, in increasing the intense heat wave. The energy could be used as a cooling way to provide indoor and outdoor space for cooling system. Again, to run a basic example, to run a remote hospital which is not connected on do not have access to the national grid. So way forward, I think there's although this is very ideal, I mean, from my point of view personally, I think this is, if we are able to look from both perspective, renewable energy from both perspective, which is adaptation and mitigation, it is a very ideal situation. But there are so many requirement or factors that entail to ensure the success implementation of it. So, for example, we have to look from the aspect of establishing adaptation frame. What are the options in terms of, for example, not only from the point of what are the different sources of renewable energy options, especially looking at specific countries, but also, understanding the synergy between, between the benefits and trades-off, and also the systems, the policies, the financial situation of the nation itself has to support the use of renewable energy, because sometimes all good on paper, but when it comes to actual implementation, there are limitations because of the way policy has been designed. And there's also the need for not only feedback, but also awareness, capacity building, so that people will understand, industry will be join, and you also have public support in implementing this action. So way forward, we need to have very clear climate rationale. So utilization of robust climate methodologies in the best available science. We have to understand first, for example, if we do certain thing, how much energy could be provided from the generation of this particular technology. For example, whether it would be able to support or to be, if we are, for example, we are no longer utilizing certain way of generating energy from fossil fuel. Would this technology of renewable energy could support this current system? And also to have multi-sector assessment, looking at different climate scenarios and making sure that the benefits can be highlighted both from different perspectives, social, economic, as in institutional aspect, so that you will get support from all the stakeholders. And also to ensure that it is an integrated approach, embedding the renewable energy technology into sectoral mitigation adaptation policies, program and project across local, national, and global level. Again, especially when it comes to certain nation, for example, whereby there are so many tiers of government, and you need to have, those federal, for example, federal or central, state government, local government need to be on board together with the private sectors as well as the public. And this is, again, very important to have integrated approach. In the case of renewable energy system, cascading impacts of climate change in one sector simultaneously affect the other sector system. For example, here, if we're talking about solar panel, or we're talking about generating energy from solar, we may want to have access to sun all year round. But at the same time, if we're talking about having great access or prolonged access to sun, although prolonged drought, for example, may enhance this approach, you may face issues of water scarcity in that situation. So you have to understand in which situation what are the best option so that an integrated approach could be applied. And again, policymakers and project managers need to take integrated approaches together, not as not working in silo, to ensure that renewable energy as adaptation enabler. So multiple benefit need to address social, environmental, institutional issues, comprehensive appraisal processes, all potential synergies, co-benefits, and trade-offs must be considered, and development of tool to actually, when the once the project has been implemented, it needs to be monitored so that the benefit, tangible and intangible, could be assessed. And if there are loopholes or flaws, it could be rectified immediately. And so this would give more trust for financiers and stakeholders to invest in the project, knowing that the project is very resilient and it shows actual evidence in adapting, mitigating and adapting climate change. So policy, again, financing is very important. In many countries, nation or government provide fossil fuel subsidies. I think slowly this has to be removed. Malaysia included, we provide very high subsidy on fossil fuel. If we want to make renewable energy happening or happen could be effectively implemented, this has to be eliminated, maybe phase by phase. Feed-in tariff for renewables, tariff that favors those who like to invest in renewable. Also provide incentive and subsidiary schemes such as financing mechanism with zero upfront costs. Sometimes in certain situations, government bear the interest rate for those interested in investing in renewable energy. And also to set a clear target for renewable in country energy mix. For example, in certain countries, they would have, by 2050, for example, their target would have to 60% of the country's energy coming from renewable energy. And so by having clear target, the countries can make clear strategies or specific strategies based on years. And good, of course, good practice-based policy that not only good on papers, but something that is practical enough, feasible enough, so that it could be implemented effectively. All right. So that is all from me. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Please accept a token of appreciation from Team CIIR. Just wait for a second and yeah. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you so much. Thank you for having me.
Thank you, ma'am. Now I request Dr. Anamika Yadav, Associate Professor, Department of Electrical Engineering, National Institute of Technology, Raipur, India, to address the gathering. Dr. Anamika Yadav did her Bachelor's of Engineering degree with honors in the year 2002 from RGBP, Bhopal, India. She completed her Master of Technology degree with honors in 2006 from VNIT, Maharashtra, India. She obtained her PhD degree in Electrical Engineering 2010 from Chhattisgarh Swami Vivekanand Technical University, Bhilai, India. She is the recipient of Institution of Engineers India Young Engineers Award 2015-16, VIFFA Young Faculty Award 2015, VIFRA Young Scientist Award 2015, the Glory of India Award 2016, Chhattisgarh Young Engineers Award 2016. She has supervised 7 PhD theses and 22 master theses, published 1 book and more than 128 publications in reputed international journals, conferences, and book chapters. Her areas of interest include power system protection, cable fault detection, facts, artificial intelligence, and machine learning application to power system, smart grid, and so on. Dr. Yadav, please deliver the keynote address to the conference.
Thank you, Sunidhi, for the nice introduction. It gives an immense pleasure to me
to be a part of this conference on energy, environment and climate change 2022, organized by Council of Industrial Innovation and Research, Noida, in collaboration with Tirthankar Mahavir University, Muradabad, India. So I will like to share my screen first. It is showing disabled screen sharing. Please turn it on. Okay, thank you. First of all, I would like to thank the Council of Industrial and Innovation Research and Tirthankar Mahavir University for organizing such a event, which is very much beneficial for the society. And let me share the screen. Is it visible?
Yes, ma'am, it is visible.
Okay. So the topic of my keynote speech is advancement in artificial intelligence aided power system protection. These are the contents of my presentation. I will start with the basics of certain power system and introduction to artificial intelligence, and then few of the artificial intelligence based protection schemes that have been proposed by the research team at NIT Raipur will be discussed with all of you, so that the same can be benefited for the participants whomsoever will be taking research in the area of power system protection. So we all know that power system engineering is the branch of science which deals with generation of power, its transmission to the load center, and finally distributing it to the loads. Herein, as usually the generating stations, they are located far away as compared to the load centers. So we need to transmit this bulk amount of power generated at remote end through transmission and sub-transmission systems, and finally step down this higher voltage to a lower one to make it available for use to the consumers which are at distribution voltage levels. This is the basic structure. Now, starting with the word microgrid. All of you may have been encountered with this word in the working in the area of power system. It is defined as a decentralized group of electricity sources and loads that are normally operated in connection and synchronous operation with the traditional wide area synchronous grid. And it also can operate in a disconnected mode known as islanded mode and function autonomously as the physical and economic condition dictates. So this is the slight overview of a microgrid, wherein the utility grid, which consists of generating stations and the conventional transmission system. So this is your traditional synchronous grid. We are connecting the microgrid, which consists of different renewable energy source based distributed generators, which are directly connected at the distribution voltage level. For example, solar power, wind power, micro turbines, which may involve the hydel power stations, mini and micro hydel power stations, few permanent magnet synchronous generators, and to meet out the load demands during night hours or during peak hours, separate energy storage systems are there. And the loads like electric vehicles, the domestic load, the industrial loads. So this particular forms a microgrid, and this microgrid is connected to the utility through a point of common coupling through a circuit breaker. In case this microgrid is operated with a connection mode, so that is considered to be a grid connected mode. And when there is certain fault in the utility system, so this microgrid isolate itself from the utility grid and operates in an islanded mode to cater the loads locally. With this, there are several advantages offered because the DGs are connected directly to the loads. So we have now omitting the transmission losses, which may when these generating stations were situated in the utility grid far away. So the power transmission losses are greatly reduced. Also, these renewable energy sources are green sources of energy. So the environmental and climate changes are very less in this case, almost negligible, you can say. Now, what is a smart grid? Smart grid, as per Electric Power Research Institute, is defined as the grid which incorporates the information and communication technology in every aspects of electricity generation, delivery, consumption, so as to minimize the environmental impact, enhance the market, improve the reliability of the power supply, and reduce the overall cost, and finally improve the efficiency of electricity generation and its delivery. So this is a smart grid wherein the grid consists of various communication technologies to communicate with either the loads or the generating stations, and operate in such a way that we gives the electricity to the low consumers in a lower cost and with an improved efficiency. So smarter grid may consist of the conventional energy sources like thermal power plant, nuclear power plants, or the combined heat and power plants as in the different industrial areas, and the solar energy or the wind energy or hydel power stations. All this may be connected directly inside the grid to meet out the particular load demand at the different instance of time. So now coming on to artificial intelligence. This was a slide basics about the power system network and the concept of microgrid and smart grid. Now moving on to artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence is science of automating an intelligent behavior that is presently accomplished by a computer interface with certain machines like robots. And artificial general intelligence is the intelligence of hypothetical machine or a computer which can accomplish an intellectual assignment successfully, like a human can do the same assignment in a better way as compared to a computer. So various constituents of artificial intelligence are artificial neural network, expert system, fuzzy logic, and genetic algorithms. These are major families of AI, and they are considered particularly in the field of modern power system network for its overall coordination, operation, control, and protection. So with a slight introduction about artificial neural network is inspired by the human brain functioning. It has basically resemblance with brain in two respects. First, that this artificial neural networks learns through a learning process, and with this it acquires knowledge similar to a human being. As we grow on from a child to a elder one, we acquires knowledge through a learning process which we are given in schools or in our house. So we acquire knowledge, we store that knowledge in our synaptic weights which are in the brain, and the connection strength between the two neurons in the human brain, that is known as the synaptic weights. This is used to store the knowledge. To mimic this human brain, artificial neural network is basically doing the same task in a different way using the different processing nodes and the interconnection strength. We will discuss how a biological neural network and an artificial neural network is. Now, we must be wondering why we are want to utilize certain AI-based techniques for the problem statement that we can do efficiently with the conventional one or like. So the answer lies on the fact that there are some tasks which are not easily or effortlessly done by a computer. It can be very comfortably done by a human, like a pattern recognition. If you want to recognize the face of a friend which is embedded inside the pictures of so many, but because we have are already aware of that friend, so human brain can very efficiently point out and recognize the face of that old friend. So how it does? Human brain has the ability to recognize the pattern and various content addressable recall. It can approximate and the common sense generalized reasoning that we usually do during driving or playing a piano or playing basketball. So those features inspired to use and mimic the biological neural network through artificial neural network. So coming on to a human brain, how does a human brain, inside human brains, we have large number of neurons. These neurons, you can see that there are around 10 raised to 11 number of neurons present inside a human brain. This is the structure of one neuron. One neuron consists of a cell body. This is the main, and these tree-like structures are known as dendrites, which are used to take the inputs from the external system. And this is an axon which finally communicates with other neurons or the body to finally execute the command and gives an output. And the connection between an axon and dendrites, this bulb-like structure at the end of the dendrites, these are known as synapse, which is used to store the knowledge. So interconnections between neurons, there are 10 raised to 4 elements. So you can consider the structure of human brain, which is highly complex, consisting of 10 raised to 11 neurons, and each neurons are interconnected up to 10 raised to 4 times with other neurons. So how to mimic this human brain in an artificial way? So herein the same thing can be done. The inputs that we are taking from the external one, they are being actually weighted by a particular synaptic weight value as compared to the synapse in the human brain. And all those weighted inputs are aggregated and then applied to an activation function to give an output. So herein, this artificial neuron can be considered to be a processing element which takes a number of inputs, weights them up and aggregates them, and finally the result is used as an argument to the singular value function known as activation function. So this you can consider to be a single neuron. Such many number of neurons may be required for a particular task. It depends on the problem statement, how complex it is. So various characteristics of artificial neural network. Artificial neural network are fast and robust, and they do not need any appropriate knowledge of the system model. Model is not required, like how the complete plant system usually is being defined in terms of certain transfer functions in modeling. So that modeling is not required. In artificial neural network, we require a set of input and target patterns for a particular problem statement. Through these patterns, the neural network learns through a learning process and finally gives an output for an unseen pattern which has not been used during training. So in this way, we get the problem statement to solve using artificial neural network. This is the structure of artificial neural network. This particular structure just now I told you. In addition to that, I told, not only one neuron will suffice your purpose. It may require many number of neurons. Additionally, there is another term known as layers. There are multiple layers in the neural network, which are known as input layer, hidden layer, and output layer. So input and layers and output layers. And there are certain parameters known as weights and biases. These are actually the values which are being updated in subsequent learning iterations to finally come up with a solution of, for example, to classify the patterns into 2 or multi classes, to approximate a particular function.
In case of power system, for example, we want to identify the presence of fault in the system or not, whether it is present or not. So it is a two-class problem. So that can be easily done using artificial neural network. For example, a multi-class problem, we want to identify which type of fault has occurred into the power system network. We all know that the transmission system or the power system network, it's a three-phase system in India. Okay. And the three-phase system, so all three-phase lines, these three-phase lines can encounter different types of faults, say single line to ground fault, double line to ground fault, phase-to-phase fault, three-phase fault, or three-phase to ground fault. So there are total 10 combinations of faults in power system. So all these 10 combinations of fault can be classified using a multi-class classification in artificial neural network. So here, hidden layer, input layer, and output layer, particularly the hidden layer, it is more important because it provides the ability to the neural network to map and classify the non-linear input patterns or the problem statement. Now herein, the learning in neural network takes place in two ways. It's a supervised learning or unsupervised learning. In supervised learning, we present the network with a set of input patterns and their corresponding target as well. Okay, and then during learning process, it actually updates the values of weights and biases and in the hidden layers and the input and output layers, such that the error between the actual output and the targeted output is minimum, or it is below the preset value. If that is achieved, training is completed. Okay, and in case of unsupervised learning, we don't give the corresponding target output to each input. So you can say that labeled input patterns are not given, only directly a set of input patterns are given. So how does in unsupervised learning that takes place? It basically makes the input patterns in forms of different clusters, such that it finally classify those patterns into different clusters based on a particular, say, Euclidean distance between the patterns. If it is below certain value, so they are being assigned a particular cluster. If it is beyond that value, another cluster is formed. In this way, different cluster corresponds to different classes of patterns as the output. Now coming on to the second type of artificial intelligence based technique known as fuzzy logic. Herein, this picture shows the founder professor of fuzzy logic, Lofty Ajade. He worked in University of California, Berkeley. In the year 1965, he published his seminal work known as fuzzy set, wherein he described the mathematics involved in the fuzzy set theory. Fuzzy logic basically it's a implementation or representation of a vague ideas of humans, such as an attractive person. In this theory, the fuzzy variables are such that it can have the values in a range of real numbers between 0 to 1, not exactly the Boolean logic as earlier in the conventional computer. So definition of fuzzy gives that, obviously the term, it's very clear that it is not clear or distinct or precise. Rather, it is blurred. It has certain approximate value. And to deal with fuzzy logic, we have to approximate a particular function rather than it is to be a fixed one. And as compared to the traditional logic function, which is the binary logic, which has the true valued logic, either 1 or 0. In case of fuzzy logic, we have ranges between the 2 degrees, 0 as well as 1 also. So herein, fuzzy logic can be extended to handle the concept of partial truth, which may range between the completely true and completely false condition also. Like for example, if we are sitting in a room which is air conditioned and we feel that it is very cold. So conventional computer couldn't understand what is very cold because it is a linguistic variable. We are not giving it the value of the temperature, what it is, because with the help of value of temperature, we can the computer can understand what it is. So how the human thinking is processed into a mathematical framework, that is basically done in fuzzy logic by converting the crisp value into a fuzzy variable, which is considered to be a linguistic variable, and that requires a human expertise knowledge beforehand for the problem statement to convert these variables into a fuzzy variables. Different applications of fuzzy logic. There are now numerous applications. In the air condition itself, there is the temperature controller based on fuzzy logic. In the washing machine, traction systems, cars, engines, many of the industries which are automated, all these requires intelligent systems, robots and controls, which involves fuzzy logic controller to control the particular parameter of the system. Now coming on to the smart grid developments, we have been seeing in the areas in India that different smart meters are being installed in our household, and particular utility companies is basically installing different digital devices, intelligent electronic device. This is the term given, a new term given to the conventional relays. Earlier, those relays are considered to be the basic elements to detect the presence of fault in the system. So now the term intelligent electronic devices has replaced those relay term. Now in the newer substations, you don't find any of the terminologies used as relay. Now they use the term as intelligent electronic devices. So basically all the transmission and distribution systems have been automated and the process is going on, and we are having different communication networks established to share the data among the devices in the system. And with this, different information and computer systems are there to process and analyze this and help the operator to finally come up with the efficient operation and control of the power system network. Now, the term distributed generation is there. DGs are basically electrical energy sources that are connected to the distribution network directly, and they have a low capacity and low volume in production, and also they are low cost driven as compared to the enormous synchronous generators as in the thermal or nuclear power plants. These are being more popular nowadays because of the demand of cleaner and sustainable energy through the help of these distributed generators, which are based on the renewable energy sources and alternative to the fossil fuels like photovoltaic arrays, wind turbines, fuel cells. Mainly these DGs interconnection to distribution network has a lot of interest as they give several advantages like reduction in environmental pollution and the economic issues in the power plant development, reduction in the losses in the transmission and distribution network, improvement in the overall voltage profile, and to meet the power demand locally and serve the critical loads. So there are different types of renewable energy sources. We are more aware of solar, wind, and hydro one. There are other sources like tidal energy sources, geothermal energy sources, and biomass one. If you talk about the renewable energy sources present in India, so you can see here in that basically Gujarat, Maharashtra, Rajasthan, these are few of the states which are surplus power is available through which can be harnessed through renewable energy sources. And if you talk about the cumulative solar power capacity that has been added in the year 2021, so that is we are third, and herein we are fifth, that we have added in the total overall solar capacity generation. Then we talk about the wind generation. So we are fourth among the world to add the wind generation capacity, and this we have taken from Wikipedia. So this particular is the solar plant in Patan, Gujarat, which is of 11.5 megawatt. It is the fast particular solar power in India. We are the fast growing industry, and we have total 36.9 gigawatt of solar installed capacity as of November 2020. And as talk about the wind power in India, so we have the total installed wind power capacity of 38.124 gigawatt, and the largest installed wind power capacity in the world. We are fourth largest, fourth in the number. This is particularly the picture of Mupandal wind farm, which is in Tamil Nadu near NH44. So now herein I would like to say how the different distributed generators are connected at what voltage level. So we all know that transmission system particularly is dealing with the voltage level greater than 132 kV or above. Transmission system 132 kV, 220 kV, 400 kV, 765 kV. These are the transmission voltage level which is used to transfer power from one generating station to the other end or the load centers. Then comes the medium voltage transmission system. So at this voltage level, we usually integrate the large and industrial combined heat and power plants and large scale hydro offshore wind parks. All these are integrated at this voltage level, whereas the normal photovoltaic panels, they are integrated at the low voltage distribution grid, which is of order of 30 to 400 volts only. And then medium voltage distribution grid with 11 to 66 kV. Therein we integrate different small scale hydropower plants, biomass system, traditional wave systems, or small industrial combined heat power plant. So what are the issues with integration of these DGs? Basically, the issue arises in operation and control of DG resources and interfacing these DGs with the network, and finally, protection of the overall system when you integrate the DG. How does it affects the protection? Main topic of this particular keynote speech is for power system protection. So how does it poses problems in protection of the system? First is that when the system changes its operation from grid connected mode to islanded mode, in that case there is tremendous change in the power level. Also, the fault current contribution in islanded mode, it depends on the type of DG. If the inverter based DGs are there, then the fault current is twice the inverter rated current. If the DGs are induction or synchronous based DGs, then the fault current is 4 to 10 times. So this itself says that the level of fault current, if it is changing, so but obvious, what will happen? The conventional scheme which were normally based on the overcurrent relay, they will be experiencing loss of coordination. Also, the behavior of the system will depend on number of DGs that are present or connected into the system, because we all know that these renewable based DGs, they are of intermittent in nature. So this intermittency causes the changes in the number of operations of DGs that are present. And also, as we earlier, the system was of radial nature. There were directly the source connected at one end and other ends were directly load. Now the system is no more radial because we have connected the DGs directly at the distribution voltage. So now it's a bidirectional power flow causes the loss of coordination of overcurrent relay. Also, the distribution system and the transmission systems are experiencing high impedance types of fault. In such cases, what happens? The fault current contribution is almost comparable to that of the nominal current that flows through the system. So the conventional relay, it is unable to detect these types of faults. So separate mechanism or separate relaying schemes are required for identification of high impedance fault. Also to detect whether we need to island the system or not. What happens? The conventional thermal power stations, the black start time is around 7 to 8 hours. If it is to be started, if it gets disconnected and shut down, so to restart that, it requires 7 to 8 hours because of the different auxiliaries involved in that. The boiler particular steam temperature should be maintained, or different auxiliaries needs to be run. So we need the station power to run the auxiliaries. So how can we meet that? If we need to start with black start, so we need the startup power. So that startup power is usually taken up with the nearby, in general, the hydel power stations, which can be started with very less period of time. So station power is taken up with that, and then the you can say thermal power station is started with that too. It takes startup time of 7 to 8 hours. So what I want to make you understand, how does an islanding phenomena is occurred in the transmission system. It is basically the condition wherein the microgrids, which are consisting of DGs, they need to isolate this system with the utility grid such that they operate at a lower power level to meet out the local loads itself, and few of the loads are disconnected, which are being, you can say, conventionally fed through the utility grid, and we need to make ourselves as island that is cut off from the utility grid. And such condition to decide whether we make to island or not, that happens particularly when the system is subjected to sudden loss of generating stations or large load is connected. So overloading of transmission line causes the distance relay to trip in either zone 2 or zone 3, and that causes the power to be redistributed from other feeders, and those feeders again get overloaded, and in this way cascaded tripping of lines, and finally the generator happens. So to avoid those cascaded trippings and blackout situations, islanding is preferred so that we can again come up with higher power generations when the system is healthy, restored. So power system protection, this gives you the different evolvement of the protective relays. So initially we were dealing with distance, directional and differential and overcurrent relays in the era of 1900 century. Then the modern protection schemes wherein artificial intelligence was incorporated in the year 1990s, and adaptive relaying schemes and traveling wave-based schemes come up in 1970. With the evolution of GPS technology in 1990, we have started with the transient based schemes, wide area based schemes, and integrated and cloud big data based protection scheme to integrate the different communication and information technologies. So there is a term phasor measurement unit. Phasor measurement units, these are usually installed at the transmission voltage level, that is a high voltage level. However, if you want to install these PMUs at the distribution level, the term is micro PMU. Okay, so micro PMU, it consists of the same phasor measurement units with a lesser capacity to handle the particular voltage. And this study of PMU was initially carried out at University of California, Berkeley, and they have installed different micro PMUs in real distribution system and gathered the measurement on the database, and that database is known as Berkeley Tree database. Finally, these PMUs are basically, you can say, the giving you the measurements of the different voltage and current phasors, which are used by the intelligent electronic devices to find out the presence of fault in case of system occurrence with fault. Now, there are different applications of AI in power system network. We need to make the enhancement of power flow, both real and reactive power flow. And to do that, different flexible AC current transmission system incorporating power electronic based devices, that is known as FACT devices, are being used. And with incorporation of all these in the system, now the planning operation of the overall power transmission and distribution system, its network reconfiguration, demand side response management, operation controls, all these things can be effectively applied or solved as the problem statement using AI based scheme. And different neural network fuzzy logic based schemes have already been explored and proposed by different researchers in the literature. And differential protection of power transformer therein artificial neural network has been successfully applied. ANN is very useful in giving you an economic load dispatch. I have also guided one project from Central Power Research Institute to forecast the load in Chhattisgarh state using artificial intelligence techniques. It has been usually this load forecasting methodologies using AI based schemes. It is already being implemented in various utilities across the world. But in India, particularly, very few states are utilizing the power of AI in prediction of load, future load. So I have been assigned this particular project from CPRI. And optimization of generation and rescheduling, transmission capacity and optimal power flow enhancement, real and reactive power limits of the generators, to have the voltage profile of the transmission and distribution system maintained, we use AI based schemes. And so AI has been given very useful methodologies to treat the various power system protections and operation control. Now I will move on to discuss two types of schemes. First is using modular artificial neural network for protection of microgrid, and second will be based on fuzzy logic. So this is the test system, wherein this is the utility system which is connected to a transformer and circuit breaker to the remaining system which is considered to be a microgrid. And therein you can see that we have different types of generating stations, 2 photovoltaic generating stations and one is the wind power plant. And we connect these sources locally at different buses. It's a total 6 bus system. So we can have installation of 6 micro PMUs to these through communication technologies. We gather the information of the measurements carried out by PMU, and they are all synchronized using GPS clock. So once we have the voltage and current measurements at all the 6 buses, we start applying the feature extraction technique. So here in very simple discrete Fourier transform has been applied. And then first foremost task is to identify whether the system is connected in grid connected mode or islanded mode. As I told, in the 2 modes, the fault current level will be quite different. So we need to design separate methodologies for grid connected mode and islanded mode. So first that is being identified. Then in grid connected mode or islanded mode of operation, modular artificial neural network is being designed to detect the presence of fault, classify the type of fault, and identify which of the line section is faulty. There were total 5 line sections. So which of the line section is faulty, that can be easily identified, and the faulty line section is disconnected using the circuit breaker, and remaining healthy line is remaining intact. So modular artificial neural network, as I told, it consists of various hidden layers and number of neurons in the hidden layers that are varied. such that the desired performance goal is reached. That is the difference in the actual output and the targeted output. For fault detection, we have only one output. For fault classification, the 3 phases and ground involvement, so total 4 outputs have been taken. And for faulty line section, there are 5 line sections, so 5 outputs have been selected. For grid connected mode and islanded mode, so all these corresponding outputs are connected to an OR gate to finally give you the fault detection, classification, and fault section identification information using modular artificial neural network. So as I told, artificial neural network requires a learning process. So that is also known as training process. So for training, we require to generate the training data set. So in power system, we can simulate this power system network using power system analysis software like MATLAB, TSCAD, EMTDC, EMTP. So once you get the different particular model or the simulating model of power system network, different fault situations and dynamic situations which are not considered to be faulty are being simulated. So faults in all 5 leg sections are being done, and then at different locations, 10 types of faults with different fault resistance, fault inception angle, and the 2 modes of operation, grid connected mode and islanded mode. And lastly, the dynamic situations wherein the distribution lines switching can occur, DG switching can occur, changes in the system loads may occur, or transformer switching may occur, or capacitor switching may occur. So all these are the dynamic situation wherein the system should not issue any of the trip signal to the circuit breaker, and because these are the, you can say, the dynamic situation that occurs in the power system. So once the network is trained sufficiently and suitably with the set of faulty and non-faulty conditions, now the case is to test this system for different operating conditions. For example, in grid connected mode, and double line to ground fault ABG has been considered in line section 3-4 at 10 kilometer at 1.6 fault inception time. And so first most thing that we need to identify whether the system is grid connected mode or islanded mode. So here in the output value 1 for grid connected mode gives you the proper identification that it is operating in grid connected mode, and islanded mode value is 0. So once that is done, then fault detectors takes the discrete Fourier transform of current signals as input, and finally detects the presence of output. We have initiated the fault at 1.6 second, and you can see that the fault is detected in 1.612 seconds. So overall 12 milliseconds is the time taken by the ANN based relay to detect the presence of fault. Now to detect the type of fault or identify the faulty phases and whether ground is involved in the fault loop, fault classifier is there. You can see here in A and B phase output goes high and simultaneously ground is high, so it confirms that it is a double line to ground fault, and faulty phase has been also identified simultaneously. And as we talk about the line section identification, there were total 5 line section. The output of other line sections are low, and only line section 3-4 starts changing after the inception of fault and goes high at the instant after 13 milliseconds. So correct line section, faulty line section is also identified. So in this way, it works correctly for grid connected mode. Similarly for islanded mode, and now here in islanded mode is high, and here we have initiated a 3-phase type of fault at line section 1-2 at 19 kilometer with fault resistance value 0.001, so you can consider it to be a bolted fault. So these are the outputs. You can see all 3-phase outputs are high, ground is still 0, so it's a 3-phase fault. And talking about the line section, line S12 was taken as faulty, so that output of neural network goes high, whereas all other remains 0. You can see there was a certain spike in line section 3-4, but that caused further it reduced to 0, confirming that fault line section is only 1-2. So in this work, we have developed a modular artificial neural network using wide area measurements, and we developed the scheme for fault detection, classification, and section identification. In this more advantageous towards the conventional scheme, because with this we can work in either of the modes and same schemes works correctly for the two modes of operation utilizing the micro PME information. Now the next type, as I told, am I have time? Can I explain this topic also?
Yes, ma'am. Sure.
Okay.
Do
Okay.
it.
So high impedance fault in distribution system or in transmission system, it is very critical one, because the nature of fault current is, you can see here in it involves intermittency, it involves asymmetry and build up. The fault current nature, you can see it is quite non-linear. So to detect that type of fault using the conventional overcurrent relay, it is unable to do. So to come up with a solution using AI based scheme, herein we simulate different types of faults, also consider the harmonic load switching, low impedance fault as well as high impedance fault. From the faulty current waveform, looking to the waveform, it is very difficult to identify the presence of fault. You can see herein the per unit current value does not changes much. In case of capacitor ionization, there will be a slight notch. Also in case of transformer ionization or harmonic load switching. So these conditions are dynamic switching events which are not considered to be faulty. Similarly, there can be changes in the parameters of DGs, like wind speed may change. There can be switching out of DGs, one DG is out, or there can be change in the solar irradiance value. So herein what we considered, we selected a modified IEEE 13 bus system, and feature extraction technique that has been utilized is variational mode decomposition, and support vector machine has been utilized as a AI based scheme as a classifier herein. So this is the test system IEEE 13 bus test node feeder. The relaying bus, the fault current features have been collected at 650, and different faults in these lines are being simulated to train the support vector machine. And initially we have to extract the appropriate feature. So from here you can see that we have applied the variational mode decomposition. During when we apply VMD, it results into different intrinsic mode functions, IMF 1, 2 and 3. So from these three we can see that the intrinsic mode first function, that is almost having similar nature as that of the faulty current.
Hello,
so we yes
I'm
hello.
sorry to interrupt. We have 5 minutes to end
Okay,
this.
okay, yes, yes, I will
conclusion.
cover it. Yes, I will
So
cover
sorry.
it.
Thank you so much.
So herein we finally apply the single value decomposition on the IMF1, that is VMD, and that is taken as a feature. And then these input features has been applied to support vector machine. It is basically a nonlinear classifier which takes the radial basis function as the kernel function to have the form the support vectors, and these support vectors are being separated with a margin, that is an optimal separating hyperplane, and the decision boundary is expressed by this expression. And we train this support vector machine using different faulty and non-faulty events, and once that is done, it is able to identify the presence of high impedance or low impedance fault. You can see herein for low impedance fault we have directly compared with the set threshold, but whereas for high impedance fault we have utilized the support vector machine. So high impedance fault can be identified using SPM very correctly. It is not affected by change in DG parameter, and the load switching, DG switching, they are considered to be non-faulty cases. Obviously, they are dynamic events, and no trip signal should be issued by SPM. Similarly, capacitor ionization and transformer ionization also. Now, one more thing that AI-based scheme requires, like which particular classifier that you should choose. So usually there is a concept like we may compare different other classifier with the different probabilistic statistical parameter like accuracy, dependability, sensitivity, safety and sensitivity parameter, and also the presence of noise can be considered. So we have checked this with hardware in loop systems using Opal RT also, and we can compare it with the initial schemes. We found that for low impedance fault, the response time of SVM based scheme is 1 cycle time, whereas for high impedance fault is 116.67. It is also validated using Opal RT. So I will finish up with this. These are few of the references, and you can contact me later on also with this as my email ID. I'm open up to the participant for any query now. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Namika Yadav. We are really, really glad to have you addressing all of us. Please accept our token of appreciation from Team CIIR.
Thank you, Sunidhi. Thank you, Mehra sir.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much. Now, I request Dr. Tran, Assistant Professor, Vietnam Maritime University, Vietnam, to address the gathering. Dr. Tran received his PhD in Marine Engineering from Wuhan University of Technology, China in 2018, and his master's degree from Vietnam Maritime University, Hai Phong City, Vietnam in 2014. He has in-depth operational skills and maintenance of machine and equipment used on ships. His research area is based on improvement and optimization of operational energy efficiency through saving main engine fuel consumption for bulk carriers. He has published more than 30 research papers and many patents to his credit. Dr. Tran, you can take it forward from here.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Suzy, for the introductions to me
you, sir.
about that. Yeah, thank you on the professor and the research scholar to attention to listen to me about my presentation for to contribute in the energy, environment, and climate change. So I just want to share my PPT. Yeah. Yeah. Because you can see in my PPT. Yeah. I just want to give my presentation about the topic anything on the role of maritime transportation industry to the climate change. Because just I am very thankful for the organizers to give me the chance to present about that to come in the for the room for the meeting about the relating. I think that is almost the researcher is the hot topics relating on the energy, environment, and climate change to apply for the Pacific fuel about that to prevent from the climate change. So that I want. I'm Tien Jones. I'm doctor degree in the Wuhan University of Technology in China. I am member in the IEEE in US and the IMERS EST in UK. I'm assistant professor at the Vietnam Maritime University in Vietnam. By the way, I'm a honorary professor at the Ganwatias University in India. It's in my email. If you have any question about my PPT or the field as anything to communicate, if the so that you can contact with me about. My headline introduction about that, depending on the interesting speaker. The second thing is the main bodies. The main body will have something depending on the problem descriptions. and the pollutant source from the maritime transportation industries, and the ocean environment and its policies, and some research designed to prevent the environmental degradations relating on the climate change phenomenon, and the conclusion and future chance. And I give in some of the question, the time for receive the question and answers. Just I summarize about just my by myself. That I'm teenager. I working on the Vietnam Maritime University, and I also to work as the honorary professor at the School of Computing Science and Engineering in Gan University in Vietnam. I have got my doctor degree in the Wuhan University of Technology in China, and the Bachelor of Engineering and the Master of Science in the Vietnam Maritime University. Yeah. So that I have going on that I continue to summarize and to discuss and to develop my research topics when I study from the Wuhan University of Technology in China. When I come back in Vietnam Maritime University to do some research about to develop the topics relating on the energy, environment, and climate change. And I'm author and reviewer from the International Journal Index, the Web of Science, Citizen Index, and the International Conference. As well, I am a web editor from the Web of Science, Science Citizen Index journal, for example, in the Sustainable Computing, Informatics, and System, took on Qian, Elsevier, and SCI journals, environment, development, and sustainability, the Science Citizen Index, which Springer Lectures, Public House, and IoT Intelligent Transport System, the SCI, WINA, Publishing, and International Journal of Distributed Sensor Networks, and CIIR says publishing. And memory generating on the problem. I just want to describe about that the topics that I have to research and to develop from the talk now. First, just the problem relating my topics relating on the climate change phenomena in the greater issue in the world, because that almost that's the researcher and the money is the scholar to refer about that the something to apply to manage the fuel, manage the methods to reduce the climate change, and is the main purpose to reduce the environmental pollution from the human activity or global migration and the economic development at least because that's in the recent day some the country like Australia have the climate change phenomenon happens, so like in bushfires or droughts and the some the different the increase the temperature, so that's the is the phenomenal climate change phenomenon in growing up, so that's so the is a problem. And in my field, how to apply for the maritime transportation to in the maritime transportation is the topics in the main topics that I have researched to apply from to research for the transportation. It's basically that the transportation ensuring using almost the high power energies and the with the high net consumption of the fuel, so that's the contribution is just gas emission from the ship operation and the ship building as the ship charge. The point, so that is research about what is the source from to maritime transportation industrial to emit the environment to make the climate change phenomenon. In the, as you can see, the maritime transportation in the objects to travel around the world, right? And almost the maritime transportation is the more bring more about that the international field just to travel around the world from another country because that's almost the plan has almost the sea and almost the using the transportation to carry the money the cargo to around the world to come around the world to develop and the economics maritime economics of each country like India, China, South Korea, Japan, Australia, like that. And the, what is the problem about the maritime transportation? The maritime transportation will be some the case about that's the ship operation activity. Almost that's almost the ships to travel around the world by the maritime transportation and the shipbuilding. And when the ship at the port will be has the docking and man is docking for some, for example, is repairing the ships or clean the hand of the ships or to clean the propeller and to make the painting or something like that. So the problem, the big problem for the maritime transportation, and you can see is the ship collision because that's the maritime the transportation almost the thing denoting on the maritime the transportation not only the maritime but also in the offshore vehicle like to collision because the collision makes the some like is the accident so that's one is the thing to it blow when the collision for example in the maritime transportation will be emits in the sea makes the ship the seal on the seas or the oil spill the oil especially that the ships carry the bunk oils the crude oils so that when the collision or to bunkering oil makes the money the oil to emit the ocean sea environment so that makes the environment on the ocean environment is the main factor to make the climate change not only from the emission from the in the offshore or the vehicle offshore so that's but also is the maritime transportation is the factor to make the environment to make the phenomenon. And by the way, it's the maritime transportation. It's basically to it may miss the ship and it's just got emission from the shipping because that's almost the using the bunks oil and crude oil to find the fuel to make the ship moving when the engine to it's just the power. So that's is the exhaust gas emission will be emits the money the exhaust gas emission, and the money to combine with the pollution from the environment, especially that's to the manufacturing in the offshore and something they to emit from the industrials and to emit from the human activity and something like that to make the environment pollution from the on the sea on the lands. And two things to combine so that we must do the climate change. It is the climate change is the result of the environmental pollution from the human activity from the almost the industrial and engineering so that's the ocean environment and its policy so that will be how to apply and to respond to prevent from the environmental pollution so that the ship operation and rebuilding activity will be controlled and supervised by the International Maritime Organization. IMO located in the UK, in the United Kingdom. It's the flag of the IMO, International Maritime Organization. So that is the first reason I have talked to you just the maritime transportation in the bringing the international domain from around the world to the travel in our countries. So that is called the seafarer or the ships like that. And the headquarters of the IMO is Kingdom. So money is the flash of the national flash is located in the IMO International Maritime Organization headquarters in the UK. And to prevent the IMO International Maritime Organization to deny that the emission from the maritime transportation will be the main factor to make the climate change, the environment, and the ocean, sea environment, and the effect from the human health and something like that of the on the plan. So that's the international giving some the issue in the international convention for the prevention of pollution from ships related the MAPOL 77. So that the content of the MAPOL when we have some the money the CIIR. So that's is the analysis when we have the device the government to control the and to control the ships when the ship the operation and maintenance by the when to travel around the world. So that's it's mechanism in the analysis 6 is focused on more the air pollution from the ships. So that is the measure to help the researcher to research about the to prevent from the environment pollution. And some research designed to prevent the environmental degradation. Based on the MAPOL 73 and 78 analysis, so that I have research when we have the two factor in the energy efficiency operational indicator EOI factor and energy efficiency design index. So I have a research design and have published some research design when I to research at the Wuhan University of Technology in China to research more about the problem relating on the environment and the pollution from the ship operation. I have published the one paper SCI journal of ocean engineering. So that's the detail of the ocean engineering the engineering I will to share my paper to research design. I will summarize the content about the design about that. It's a results how published in the SCI journal when I doing my research in the China. I have to summarize I have using the EOI tool to prevent the emission from the ships and will be more about that has a formula so that's to apply on the ship and to I have apply the tool to calculate in the EOI energy efficiency or operational indicator to determine the emission of the ship. Is the ship I have to choose the object of study in the Venice shipping transportation currently in Vietnam, located in the main engines. So that is the main engine when we have calculate. I have to apply the EOI calculate tool to calculate the EOI index to determine the emission, gas emission from the shipping operation. By the way, I have to research more something relating on the relating on the is the one the reason I have researched about that. I have to publish more another paper about relating on the EOI. I just want to share my PPT here. Sorry, that's I want to share that is me. Is another paper held to publish in the 2019 when I come back in Vietnam Maritime University. Just in the needed on the setup the model because that's not only the EUI is only the tool. So that how to optimize the energy efficiency to reduce the energy consumption. So that I have utilized the model based on the ocean engineering and so that to investigate more about the marine propulsion plant and to make the compare with the ship the model ships in the tow tunneling so that to publish the result how research about the factor to impact and to improve the energy consumption. So that I have moved to iterate the model by on the simulating of the MATLAB software so that to simulate the result and to compare with the on the sheet so that to I have to deny the response result when to develop the model to compare and to reduce the energy consumption. So that's so help me to develop more the research design when I finish my PhD in China to develop the thesis. And lastly, I just want to give in the thing the conclusion about when to have study relating on the energy consumption and to reduce the energy consumption, optimize the energy consumption is the main factor to reduce the climate change. Is another paper I have published in 2019 when I come in Vietnam. And some conclusion I have researched more about that from to my field to develop the energy, reduce the energy consumption and to reduce the environmental pollution when the exhaust gas based on the international convention of the prevention pollution from the seas. Our maritime transportation industry contribute one main part to make the environmental degradation as well as climate change phenomenon. And another thing will be the intervention of pollutant emission prevention from the maritime transportation in the one main path to prevent the climate change phenomenon. So that I have to apply the climate change to the fuel needing on the transportation. Yeah. And lastly, the finding the state of the methods. The as a methodology to conduct from researcher is the one to prevent from to my field about that to contribute more about to method to apply to reduce the exhaust gas emission on the shipping. And some research design has a fundamental study and to continue to research and to is the main purpose to reduce is the environmental degradation. Thank you so much, and thank you, owner, professor, and researcher to listen to me about my presentation. And I welcome question and answer from the listener. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Dr. Tran. Please accept our token of appreciation from Team CIIR.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. Now I request Dr. Shivraj Sahai, Associate Professor, Department of Environmental Science, Adigrat University, Ethiopia, to address the gathering. Dr. Sahai got his PhD from University of Delhi in 2010. He obtained his master's degree in 2001 in environmental sciences from Magad University, Bodh Gaya, India, and his bachelor's degree from Vinoba Bhave University in 1996. He qualified National Eligibility Test Environmental Science in 2003 and recipient of CSIR Global Change Science Senior Research Fellowship. His research area is primarily on environment science and climate change. He has published more than 40 research papers till date. Dr. Sahai, you can take it forward from here.
Okay, thank you. Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you're audible.
Okay, thanks for such a nice introduction.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, and I see the stage really well set for me. People have talked on so many various issues, ranging from maritime pollution to artificial intelligence and also some earlier issues. So various different areas of environmental science. Let me first start my screen sharing. It's not enabled, I see. Can you please enable my screen sharing?
Sir. We have done it, sir. You can present it now.
Okay. 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 Right. So I see that's a trend, a bit of the work that I have been involved into till this date. I started off working as a researcher in the field of greenhouse gases and climate change. I did a lot of estimation and budgeting of greenhouse gases for Indian various emission sources. And then I was also into teaching into some of the universities in India, and then worked for disaster management in relation to climate change. So I was kind of incorporating climate change issues into disaster management policies of India. And then I'm presently faculty at Environmental Science Department in Adigrat University, Ethiopia. I saw mention of Africa by one of our inaugural speaker, Dr. Professor Singh. He talked about so much of resources in Africa and not the capacity to actually develop. So it's true. I see it here in Africa. So let us start with my presentation. Is once again, am I clearly audible? Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you're audible.
Okay, thank you. So I'll be talking on measuring environmental impacts. Most of us and a lot of our audience today, many of them related to environment, encountering different aspects of environment, a lot of measurements involved in every aspect, in every area of environment. Any worker working in the field of environment do a lot of measurement, whether it is air, water, soil, etc., etc. But finally, many may be wondering, and what is very challenging is to put together, or in other words, to actually understand what's the overall impact of various activities that human beings perform. So that is what I would like to focus on. My topic, measuring environmental impact, and I'll be focusing on some on those aspects being undertaken in India. So environmental impacts, everyone understands it's related to impacts with respect to air, water, soil, noise. Biodiversity is an issue. These are all well known to everyone. Health, and then we talk of health, whether it is human, plants, animals, or the ecosystem health as such. Also climate change, ozone depletion, and so many other, rather popular or rather unpopular environmental issues people are well aware of. But when we want to put all these impacts together into knowing out what is the overall environmental impact, it becomes very challenging, because it's no more such discrete impacts study like air, water, but you have to have all of them, and all of them are so well interrelated, interdependent, and so on. So not only these popular environmental issues, but what about population? What about the demography, the sociology involved, the economics parameters, then the various human pathways in all the human activities that we undertake, and so on. So a lot of things are not taken care of when we measure air, water, etc., this in discrete sense. So, and also a lot of concern about the future human concerns. Like, what about the future generation? We may be well off today, but what about the future generations? What about our commitments for the future? And who and how is responsible or may be made responsible for all of these? So these all brings us to an issue wherein we try to put all the environmental impacts into some form of comprehensive work. And this is the topic that we'll see. So there are many ways of doing it, but the most popular ones I'll be discussing in this talk. Also in India, these are very popular. There are many other types of studies for doing environmental impact assessment, but let's talk about two very popular ones that will be more interesting for the audience. The first one is environmental impact assessment. It's a well-established study throughout the world, also in India. And the second one is life cycle assessment studies. This is relatively new, less evolved. It's not less evolved, but it's still evolving very, very rapidly. So in my talk, I'll be talking about these two issues: environmental impact assessment and life cycle assessment. So EIA, in short, we call what is environmental impact assessment. Basically, it's a decision-making tool wherein we predict the effect of any proposed human activity. Any activity or a project is known as a proposed project. So this study kind of predicts what environmental impacts could occur as a result of this project once it is undertaken. So it's done before the project starts. Then it offers enables us to compare alternatives. For example, if there is a study on what was environmental impact of a power plant, so there can be different sources of fuel for a power plant. So if you change the fuel, the impact on environment changes. So through this study, you can try different alternatives. So it provides us an opportunity to see and weigh and compare alternatives. And finally, you're able to identify the best alternative. The issue is everyone may wonder, how can you measure all the impact? But the goal here is to find out the best alternative. So we not be able to measure the impacts very, very precisely, but it helps us to identify the best alternative. So we are effectively able to manage or reduce or mitigate to the extent possible, depending our level of state of art concepts and technology, the environmental impact. So so that's how an EIA takes care of a lot of environmental concerns. Talking about EIA practices in India, EIA has been very well institutionalized in India. The nodal agency is the Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change. And there is at the national level, there's an expert appraisal committee. Then there at different state levels, we have different state level and EIA authority. Then even for union territories, we have different authorities. Then also at district level, we have different committees. So and finally, there's a technical committee again at the central level. So all of this network of agencies and committees, they enforce or inculcate the practice of EIA in India. Also, there's a good framework of legal system in India or legal instruments. There are many, but let us talk about, let me mention a few very important ones. The Environmental Protection Act 1986, then the EIA notification 94, then we had this specific dedicated to an EIA is the EIA notification 2006, which has very recently been updated into a very, very comprehensive and well-defined EIA notification 2020. So a lot of things in place for EIA practice in India. All of these, the legal instruments and these bodies that I talk about, they have very well defined the whole scope of this work. They clearly define the terminologies, then the categorization of the projects. I mean, different type of project have different type of studies to be undertaken, and then they get the environmental clearance. So there's prior environmental clearance, then prior environmental permission, and the process is very well comprehensively detailed, laid by these agencies. And any major activity in India, any developmental or modernization activity has to get such environmental clearance. If we see further, these guidelines and these setups give us very clear way how we go for screening a project, then defining the scope of a project, then the structure of the report, what all should be contained in a particular report for a particular kind of proposed activity. It's going to be it is different for mining, for construction, or for thermal plant or whatever. There are different guidelines, there are different manuals you have to follow. So it's very done in a very comprehensive way. Then there is also arrangement for public consultation. Once before you get environmental clearance, you have to go through a public consultation wherein you present the whole case in front of the general public, and the local administration is also involved, and you have to get it through. And this is part of the whole EIA process before you get the environmental clearance. So once you are through this public consultation, you go for environmental clearance, and then you may be granted or may be rejected, or maybe the ministry, the EAC may suggest some changes, etc., etc. So amendments may be incorporated, and then finally you may be granted the environmental clearance. It also defines the validity of your proposed project. So if you delay your project, maybe your EC will lapse, and you have to get a kind of renewal or extension to carry out the project. and also the transferability. Maybe the owner changes or something, so you have to get that also through. And last but not the least, it also takes care of the violation cases and non-compliances with respect to all the guidelines issued by these agencies. So the EIA process in India is really well placed, and for almost 2 decades, more than 2 decades, it has been practiced for most of the human activities or projects that are undertaken. So I'll briefly like to talk about what does a typical EIA looks like. So what is the basic structure of an EIA? So I'll just talk the basic, what are the basic components. I'm not talking about there are many internationally established, methodology for EIA, like this Leopold matrix method and checklist method. So I'm not talking about that. I'm just giving you a general idea of what is the structure of a general EIA that we see in India. So it starts with an introduction, which is a kind of gist of the whole study. It talks about the background, about the project proponent, that is the agency that is undertaking the project. Then it talks about the relevant regulations. Then why is the need for that EIA? It also talks about the scope, etc., and all the other details. So these are some of the important things. I'm just trying to give a view to the audience. Some of the things they may not be comprehending is part of an EIA. So it's a really comprehensive activity. Then coming to the next part is a detailed description of the project. You can understand it's site, land, water, air, the biodiversity, etc., etc. Apart from that, it talks very clearly in detail. It covers the site selection criteria, then the design considerations taken into the project, then the cost, the implementation schedule. I mean, it has to be a time-bound thing. Then the technologies involved, what is a kind of water budgeting, and budgeting of all the, even the fuel in a way is kind of details of the fuel, then all sorts of pollution control measures that will be undertaking, solid waste management, etc., etc. And it also talks about the plantation, then the rainwater harvesting, material inventory, and also corporate social responsibility and corporate environmental policy that the proponent is proposing along with the project. Then the next stage is that of a description of the baseline, which is kind of the existing status of environment when the proposed project has not started. So before the environmental clearance, the complete baseline environmental structure is done with all as different components of the environment. And also it describes the methodology for all of these. For example, if you describe the air of an area in terms of the various pollutant levels, etc., etc., you also have to give the methodology that you followed. So it should be a properly established, accepted, approved methodology. For example, if you want to see the well, let me talk about it later on when we talk about the in the next section. And so you have to give the methodology as well. Then you have to cover all aspects of the pollution, demography, socio-economic status, then disease vectors, and of course sampling monitoring details. For example, if you're monitoring the air quality, you have to give details of what monitoring sites you have chosen, how many, how the data has been collected, and the uncertainty level, everything for each set of data that you actually provide for the baseline. So that all is provided, and then the result is compiled. For all of these steps, for all of these components, and then there's a data analysis, and you conclude for all of these for that particular baseline scenario. So without the project, what is your conclusion about the environment of the area? Next stage is this is very critical and important. Something that actually an EIA does is anticipating the environmental impact and mitigation measures. So for each of the components that we have been discussing, there's a projection made. For example, for air, you need to go, the guidelines requires you to go through a particular approved air dispersion model should be used, and you need to give predictions for what would be the air pollution scenario in and around areas. How can it spread? How can it increase? So all of these various components, air, water, soil, biodiversity, everything, they need to be studied in the sense that it gives a status for the future. Once the project is on, it has started functioning, how each of these will change. So you have the baseline in the previous part, and now you have the projections once the project starts. So it includes everything: the aesthetics, the employment and socioeconomic scenario, demography, how all of these changes once the project comes in. So then, and how is there any effect on the power availability in the areas where the project comes? Water availability, how does it changes the transport and traffic patterns? And one common way of doing it is starting through a matrix method. So impact assessment matrix is generally is used, wherein you plot the activities. For example, a particular activity, like you buy a certain material for the you use certain material for the project. So that is an activity, and what happens once you use that project? So that is kind of impacted factor. So activity is matrixed versus the affected factor or the parameter. So that gives us a complete picture of what would happen once the project comes into. And then there is analysis. So you get you do that with a lot of alternatives. So you are able to weigh the alternatives. Then you also propose how will you monitor the environment after the project has started. Then there are additional relevant studies, whatever you feel is also useful, may not be mentioned in the guidelines, but that you could include there. Then there's a section for project benefits. Then if suggested by the agencies for that particular activity, you have to go for a cost benefit analysis. And it also includes an environmental management plan, which is for future, how you institutionalize the monitoring of the environment, arrangements made, its record keeping, awareness, training, all of these. And then you summarize each component, what would be the impact. And in the end, there may be a consultant hired to carry out the EIA. So a disclosure of the capacity of the environmental EIA consultant. So this is how an EIA is actually done. And if we try to see, but there's a lot of limitations for EIA also. A lot of physical challenges, making measurements, a lot of problem with availability of data, some of the then availability of a lot of tools like softwares and other things. Then one limitation for EIA is that it just studies a particular project, but it doesn't take care of all the articles, all the items that are used in the project, and what happens to all of these in terms of its life cycle. So that's something that is a limitation of an EIA. So this practice is well established in India, and it's done very nicely. But now, because of this limitation, it doesn't cover the whole life cycle of a particular product that's coming out of a industry or something. the LCA is now getting popular in India. And let's talk about LCA to give you a brief idea. It's like a compilation of or evaluation of all the input output for a product or a product system and the related impact that it has throughout its life cycle, that is from cradle to grave, we say. So if a product is made, so you need some raw material for the product, and then you bring it to the industry. It is transported, then it's manufactured, then transported, and when the product is ready, it's transported to the customer, and then once its use ends with the customer, it needs to be transported or disposed or to a disposal site. So all of these are taken care of. So one particular product, you do all of these. So at each of these stage, there is some or the other form of resource use and also maybe resource extraction. And each one of these result in some form or the other emissions or effluent or impact on the environment. So all of these are done in an LCA. When you go for an LCA, very important aspect is to understand why this LCA is for. For a particular product, two LCAs can be very different depending on the goal, why you carrying out that LCA. So and depending on that, you have to decide how far down the details you have to go. So you have to define that there are various global standards also now available, like the ISO 14040, which that can be used as a guidelines to perform such LCAs. So if you need a lot of data for this. We'll see later on. So coming to how does exactly is it done? You see this resource extraction to disposal. So your LCA can be only for the cradle to gate boundary. That is, you extract the resources, you get it to the industry, manufacture it, the product, and that's it. So you want to know the impact, how we can reduce just the production impact, okay? Or maybe you're just interested to know a particular process of the product inside the industry, so that may be gate to gate. So once the product resource enters your material enters your factory gate and it's processed, you can study that could be the scope of or it can be the whole from cradle to grave, that is from resource extraction to disposal. So that's how your scope may vary. Also, it can vary in terms of time and time also. And this is how you define the boundary of your LCA. So like we are talking about EIA, in LCA, generally still socio-economic and financial aspects are still not properly done. So that's one limitation of LCAs. Then you need to define the functional unit. So functional unit, say for a cup of coffee, a company making cup for coffee could be like per cup of environmental impact per cup produced. But that may not be a very effective functional unit because one cup made of bone china can be used for maybe 1,000 times. But one that is made of paper can be used for just 1 or 2 times. So a more effective way of a functional unit could be so many milliliters of coffee drunk, okay, per cup, per serving. Okay, so per each serving, how much amount of coffee is done using that particular product would be more functional. So you'll be able to compare. So a bone china cup will then appear to be more eco-friendly as compared to the paper cup. So functional unit is very, very important. And then you go and prepare the inventory. So you start listing for each of those stages that we saw just now. For each of these stages, you need to list wherever an impact is anticipated, the material required at each stage, the mass of it, then the manufacturing processes involved, transportation, energy use, etc., till the end of life. So you kind of list all of the impacts you anticipate, and then you measure all of that. So you have to actually generate a lot of data, and it's very data intensive activity. So if you see on the right side, you list the inventory, then you calculate the impacts. Like eco intensity, let me tell you, is something like per just like I was saying, amount of carbon dioxide emitted per kilo of coal burned. So that can be an eco intensity. So eco intensity multiplied with the amount of that particular material used, then the how many items per functional unit is used, and then you also include the uncertainty, and then you have a final data for each of these components, and then you plot a graph. So you kind of have a very good calculation of the environmental impacts of each of the components for that activity, for that product. And then you go to interpret the results. So you can make you may have made assumptions and scenario. So you can compare the scenarios. You can change, for example, if you are using coal as a fuel, and if you change it to a solar, then how does the impact on environment change? So all this is possible through an LCA. And one thing that's encouraged here is practicing flexibility. Like if you decide something and you get a different result, you should have the capacity to go back and correct your design and so on. So going back and improving is also very good. And then you have the final interpretation and impact priorities. You can finally see the impact. Then you can decide your priorities, and you can decide where has to be the focus of your efforts throughout the life cycle of a product. So it helps you to actually prioritize your efforts in reducing environmental impact in a very effective manner. So, and then finally, you prepare a document, you document the whole thing in the form of a report. So this is how it is. Some details like this. There are methodologies called recipe method. It's given by the European.
Sir, you're stuck, I think. I think there was some technical glitch from Sir's side, so we will move forward now. And uh, so, may I request Professor R.M. Mehra, Sir, Session Chair, to deliver the vote of thanks to all the speakers here.
Good afternoon. In fact, I have been listening to all the presentations, and all the presentations were, although technical, and but all the speakers, the honorable speakers, have presented their talk very nicely in very simple words. Almost all the details were, of course, visible on the slides, but still the explanations which they gave, I think, so in a very, very simple manner, that I'm sure that the participants must have understood more than 90% of what is presented. And that is the beauty of any kind of presentation which is made among the research scholars, faculty members, scientists, and researchers, you know. So I am grateful and thankful to all the speakers, keynote speakers, uh, plenary speakers, and the presentations with all the presenters. My special thanks are due to the Vice Chancellor of Tirthankar University. His joining has boosted our morale. Certainly, CIR and not only CIR, CIR in that manner is a very small unit, but the network, the whole participant, 58 I am seeing here, they must be very, very happy that they can create a link between their university, between their research network and that medical university. I'm also grateful to the director, CEO, EIP, Shweta ma'am, and special and most special thanks to Dr. Rudra Narayan, who has organized this event so nicely. And then finally, I mean, I should not leave. There are, because Rudra Narayan is the key person, the leader, but there are people working behind all technicians or these Zoom meeting arrangement people who are doing. So I'm grateful to them, thankful to them. And finally, right from the day 9:30 in the morning till this 1 p.m., Sunidhi has been anchoring this particular event and she has done extremely good job. So I'm thankful to her and I wish Sunidhi especially best of luck in her life
Thank
and she should achieve whatever she has in mind as a career, as a life partner as well. So
thank you so much.
thank you all very much. It has been a very nice experience hearing you. Thank you all.
Thank you so much, sir. So, thank you everyone for the patient hearing throughout. We will be continuing with session 2 in 15 minutes. Till then, you can take a break and then we will continue with that as per our schedule at 1:15. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Excuse me. Hello. Hello.
Yes, sir.
Hello, Suniti. There was a connection issue from my
Yeah,
side.
we got that.
Really,
Yeah.
really regret for that. But if you like, at a later stage, or maybe I just had a last two couple of slides to just conclude what I was saying.
Yes, so we have just announced the break, so we can do it.
Right.
We'll let you know when we can confirm it.
Yeah.
Just give me a minute. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, sir, we can do it now.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. So
No problem.
yeah. So just about methodology, there's international methodology by lot of agencies. They give up methodology like from. Okay, I haven't shared. I think. I need to share. Okay. Okay. So just talking about the methodology, like recipe is one of the methodology. It talks about fossil fuel, different impact categories and on different environmental components and how it affects the environment on the whole. So different impact categories, and then we need a lot of database for this, for all of these. For example, if we want to know how much environmental impact coal can cause, so there are databases that provide you these details, something in this form. For example, aluminum use of say steel, primary steel, 47 kgs can have so much of impact on the environment. So such data is available for all different materials, different processes. You see there's material, and at the lower end you see the transport, then manufacturing. So all of these have been quantified by different agencies, and there are databases that provide data on this. What's missing for India is we do not have Indian databases. We also still are using a lot of models from outside. So the problem is that we are not able to give very India specific impact in many cases. So there need to be such most of these are for Western European or American situations, and we need to have such data for Indian conditions. So that would make our study more effective, and will be able to affect these cause lesser environmental impact of all the products or activities or processes that we do. This is something an LCA looks like for each. These are different. For example, blue is machining, then the transport, and you see the green color, light green is electricity. So for different impact, different activities like transport or fuel or material, it has different impact on all the different impact categories like climate change, ozone depletion. So this is a result of inventory study from an LCA. And finally, what we do is we compile all of these into one, how effective the environmental impact, how much impact is there for a particular product or process. And so I have already talked much of the Indian perspective. There's a lot of need for Indian data, Indian study methodologies, and we need to institutionalize it. So limited data for India is an issue. There are many concerns about sustainable production and sustainable consumption policies. But then one very important relevant for today is, competitive advantage for global supply chain. India wants to export material, but then you need to have such LCA to show how eco-friendly or what is the environmental cost of your product, so that other countries can compare your products environmental efficiencies to the others. So that's missing if we don't have proper LCA, proper data, and proper model specific to India. So, and also people are working in integrating EIA and LCA together. So finally, just I would like to sum up, and that's all that I have to say. So let's think we have more data and study methodology and institutionalization of LCA. Of course, a lot of thing is being done, but we need to do much more. So thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. We will just present a token of appreciation from CIIR.
Thank you so much. Thank you all the organizers, so much, and thanks for giving me this opportunity. Thank you so much.
Yeah. So now we'll start our next session at 1:30 p.m. So this is a break time. Everyone can take their break and be ready at 1:30 p.m. Thank you so much. Welcome back, everyone. We will be starting with our session 2 of the conference now. Now, I request Dr. Naveen Dwivedi, Professor and Head of Department of Biotechnology, SD College of Engineering and Technology, Muzaffarnagar, Uttar Pradesh, to address the participants. Dr. Dwivedi obtained his MTech degree in biotechnology from Institute of Engineering and Technology, Lucknow, and PhD in bioenergy and environmental engineering research, Indian Institute of Technology, Roorkee. His interest includes bioenergy and sustainability, climate adaptation and resilience, and nanobiotechnology. Dr. Dwivedi has more than 19 years of teaching experience. He has done about 60 research publications in peer-reviewed journals and conferences. He is an author of the book Introduction to Biotechnology, published by University Science Press, New Delhi. Dr. Dwivedi, you can deliver your address now. So we can't hear you.
Hello.
Yes, sir, you're audible. Welcome, sir.
Hello. I'm audible?
Yes, sir, you're audible.
Okay. Thank you very much. Can I start presentation? Can I share my
Yes, sir,
screen?
sure. Yeah, sure, sir.
Host disabled participant screen sharing. Kindly.
So we have, yeah, it has changed now, sir. You can do it again.
Okay. I'm trying.
Yeah. Thank
Again,
you.
same problem. Kindly enable.
So we have enabled you. You are the host now. You can share your screen. Can you do it, sir?
No. It's the same problem. Host disabled participant screen sharing.
So kindly check now.
I'm unable to share my screen.
So
Again.
give us 2 seconds. We are trying our best.
Okay. No issue. Okay.
Yeah. Yes, sir. Now it's done. You can check. You can check it now, sir. Can you do it now? Sir, can you do it now?
No. The problem is same.
So we have already made you the host. We have, so I think.
Hello.
So there is a network connectivity and some technical.
Hello. Dr. Dwivedi, Dr. Surya Prakash Dwivedi. Hello.
Yeah, ma'am.
Good afternoon, sir. I think Dr. Naveen Trivedi had joined parallelly his IDs, means the same ID he joined from the two systems. So likewise, I am seeing that maybe this is the issue. So kindly allow both the IDs for sharing purpose.
Yeah. Just give that.
Yes, sir, we can see your screen now.
Now screen is visible.
Yeah, it is visible.
Hello.
Yes, sir, it is visible.
Okay. Thank you very much for inviting me as a invited speaker in the
Thank you.
second GEST conference, Energy, Environment and Climate Change. I will discuss on the topic innovative and sustainable approach towards green energy. Actually, energy has a very vital role in our daily life. It is essential part of human life and daily activities. It increases our daily productivity and quality of life, just as we draw upon the energy stored in fat cells in our body to move throughout our day. We draw upon energy stored as gasoline in our car when we need to move from one place to another. Usually, we employ energy in industries, transportation, and our daily activities include running machines like refrigerator, television, washing machine, whatever home appliances. As we know that the high population density and advanced lifestyle increase the demand of energy worldwide, and it leads to the degradation of the natural resources and environment also. So currently the world produced e-waste around 50 million tons per year from the process, that is steam reforming of hydrocarbons, electrolysis of water and autothermal processes, etc. But these processes are not sustainable and economical due to energy requirements and waste pollutants generations. So that these challenges required growing interest in renewable green energy resources as an energy carrier. However, waste generation and energy crisis are major challenges in the most developing countries. Therefore, there is an urgent demand for the development of sustainable, eco-friendly, cost-effective, and reliable technology for the energy production and to prevent all the highlighted environmental challenges nowadays. It is very urgent need. So this will only be possible by the green technological intervention in the field of science, technology, and public policy innovations. And also, the world must make fundamental transformation in how energy is used and produced over the coming years. So now we start our presentation. This is the structure of the presentation. Introduction, world energy consumption scenario nowadays, what green energy, about green energy, types of energy, etc. So the world energy consumption in the reference case projection for the International Energy Outlook 2000, world energy consumption increases by 60% over a 23 years forecast period. From 1997 to 2020, energy use worldwide increases from 3 BTU in 1970 to 608 BTU in 2020. Hello? Hello?
Sorry to interrupt.
This is the word.
The presentation is not on, sir.
Hello?
Yeah, your presentation, your first slide is showing, but next proceeding slides are not shown in the presentation. Kindly.
Okay, these slides are not
yeah,
moving.
Yeah. Kindly expose your full screen.
I have already exposed full screen.
No, but it shows.
I am moving slides continuously.
So we can only see your first slide.
Can I reshare?
Yeah, reshare.
Okay, just wait.
Yeah, now we can see it, sir. Now we can see your different slides.
कर दी
Mr. Sabir, we can see your slide of world energy consumption. Yeah.
Now it is seen.
Yeah, we can see your world energy consumption slide. Probably the third one.
It is world energy consumption.
Right.
Okay.
We can
Now
see
it is okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. So the world energy consumption. This is in reference of the various energy. Like oil currently provides a large share of world energy consumption than any other energy sources, and is expected to remain in that position throughout the forecast period. Its share of total energy consumption declined slightly, however, from 39% in 1997 to 38% in 2020. As countries in many parts of the world switch to natural gas and other fuels, particularly for electricity generation. Natural gas remains the fastest growing component of primary world energy consumption. Gas use is projected to more than double in the reference cases, reaching 167 trillion cubic feet. The gas share of total energy consumption increases from 22% in 1997 to 29% in 2020. Now the green energy. Over time, we have also discovered the important of being efficient in our use of energy, reducing our environment impact, and enhancing our energy security. The major energy challenges are still how to create innovation in energy technology, regulation, and policies. Furthermore, how to expand the merge of energy source in ways that are clean, green, reliable, affordable, and sustainable. Waste to energy conversion has also become a promising alternative for many countries as an effective waste management solution in a sustainable way, and as an advanced method of waste disposal. Hence, biotechnological intervention can have a substantial role in developing clean, green, affordable, and sustainable energy with significant health and environmental benefits. So this slide shows the different types of green energy. There are many types of green energy coming from a wide variety of sources. The most common form of green energy are as follows, or different types: solar energy, wind energy, hydroelectric energy, geothermal energy, biomass, biofuel, etc. And
Dr. Dwivedi, sorry to interrupt. Kindly rearrange your slides, please. And you are also not visible. Your video is off, sir.
Now
Yeah, now we can see the solar energy slide, sir. Yeah.
Sir, kindly on your video, sir. It is
okay,
off.
okay, okay.
Yeah. And next thing is you can just press F5, then it is on the full screen.
Now it is, I think, full screen. Solar energy. Solar, this common types of renewable energy is usually produced using photovoltaic cells that capture sunlight,
So you are not
electricity,
audible.
and the solar. Actually, solar is a clean source of energy which comes directly from the sun. Process by which a smaller atom are fused together by heat and pressure to create heavier atoms with a whole lots of energy emitted in this process. So this energy then reaches us via solar radiations, which we can collect and convert into usable electricity. Solar panels are perhaps the most common form of solar energy harvesting. These are panels full of things called photovoltaic cells. When the light from the sun hits these cells, they create an electricity current through the photovoltaic effect. The current is then passed through an inverter to turn into an alternative current. Top 5 largest solar power plants in India. First is Vadla Solar Park. It is created 2,250 megawatt solar energy, and it is the largest solar power plant in the world. It's based in Vadla village in Rajasthan, Jodhpur district, and it has a spanning 14,000 acres. The fully operational power plant has been installed with a capacity of 2,250 megawatt electricity production. And the second largest solar plant is the Shakti Sthala solar power project. It is the Shakti Sthala solar power project in Tumukuru district, Karnataka, is now the second largest solar power plant in India, harvesting previously been the largest of its type in the world. And the third is the ultra mega solar park, having the 1,000 megawatt, based in Kurnool district, Andhra Pradesh, another leading Indian state for solar power. The 1,000 megawatt ultra mega solar park spans an area of more than 5,932 acres and is the third largest solar power plant at a single location. The plant was set up within 2 years by Andhra Pradesh Solar Power Corporation through a joint venture with Solar Energy Corporation, Andhra Pradesh Generation Corporation, and New and Renewable Energy Development Corporation at the investment of more than 7,143 crores rupees. And the fourth one is the Reva Solar Power Plant power project. It has the 750 megawatt power generation capacity, and it is spread over an area of 1,590 acres in the state of Madhya Pradesh, and is operated by Reva Ultra Mega Solar Limited. And the fifth is the Kamuthi Solar Power Plant. The Kamuthi Solar Power Plant is Ramanathampuram district, Tamil Nadu, is the fifth largest plant of its kind of India. Dedicated to the nation by Adani Green Energy, the 648 megawatt solar power plant, which consists of 2.5 million solar panel, while covering an area of 2,500 acres, was set up in 2016 with an investment of about.
Sorry to interrupt you, sir, but you're still on the solar energy slide. On your 7th slide.
I think this is a major problem, I think. Yes. Multiple parts.
Yeah, so now we can see your 10th slide, which is top 5 largest solar power plants in India.
Okay. Just wait, just wait. Solar power plant in India. I have discussed five largest solar power plant in India.
We can see that slide where it is written top 5 largest solar power plants in India. The 10th slide.
Now it is movable.
No, sir.
No, sir.
Sir, no problem. I think it is an internet connectivity issue. So please continue.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Now the second. Now the second green energy source is wind energy. Wind energy. Wind energy is actually another energy source powered by the sun, and that is because winds are caused by the uneven heating of the atmosphere. This unevenness is affected by the topological of our planet, its spin and how we orbit around the sun. Winds are further modulated by the surface they are passing over either land or water. So the wind energy captures the natural winds in our environment and converts it converts the air's motion into the mechanical energy. Wind is caused by differences in atmospheric pressure. Wind speeds varies based on geography, topography, and seasons. As a result, there are some locations better suited for wind energy generations than other. In general, wind speeds are higher near the coasts and offshores, since there are fewer objects like vegetation, mountains, and buildings to slow them down. The mechanism used to convert air motion into electricity is referred to as a turbine. A turbine is a large structure with several spinning blades. These blades are connected to an electromagnetic generator that generates electricity when the wind causes the blades to spin. And next is the hydroelectric energy. Hydroelectric energy is produced by capturing the energy contained within flowing water, and this is the best achieved by forcing water to flow through a narrow path, thereby increasing its energy per square meter. This is commonly achieved by storing water in a reservoir or dam and selectively purging the water by opening in intake. The gravitational potential energy is stored by holding water higher up in the dam forces the water through the intake at incredible speed. When released, the flow spins a turbine, which once again activate and generator creating electricity. So many advantages of hydroelectric energy, like fuel is not burned, so there is minimum pollution. Water is a natural renewable sources, and reduced greenhouse gas emissions, relatively low operations and maintenance cost. Technology is reliable and proven. And another is the geothermal energy. So is a type of renewable energy taken from the Earth's core. It comes from heat generated during the original formation of the planet and the radioactive decay of materials. This thermal energy is stored in rocks and fluids in the center of the Earth, and high temperature of over 4,000 degrees centigrade temperature cause some of the rocks in the center of the Earth to melt and form hot molten rocks called magma. And these heats also cause the mantle to behave plastically, and a portion of its convert upward since it is lighter than the surrounding rocks. The rock and water in the Earth's crust can reach heats of around 370 degrees centigrade. And next is the biomass energy. Biomass energy, biomass production and use is an economic and sustainable manner, should be seen as an opportunity for entrepreneur of all descriptions, particularly since biomass is so widely distributed and used throughout the world. Although the use of biomass energy is predominantly in the rural areas of developing countries, and there is considerable scope of update biomass energy production system to provide varied energy carriers such as electricity, liquid fuels, and gases. If bioenergy is rationalized, means advanced applications, we input the advanced applications, then much more valuable energy could be extracted from the biomass at present. So rather than the burning biomass as mentioned above slides, these organic materials can be transformed into fuel such as ethanol and biodiesels. So having supplied just 2.7% of the world's fuel for transport in 2010, the 5% of global transportation fuel demand by 2050. And another biofuel, bioenergy, rather than burning biomass as mentioned here, these organic materials can be transformed into fuels such as ethanol and biodiesel. So the biofuel, actually biofuels are transportation fuels such as ethanol and biodiesel created by converting biomass into liquid fuels to meet transportation needs. So having researchers into the production of liquid transportation fuels from different microorganisms, microalgae is re-emerging nowadays. These microorganisms use the sun's energy to combine carbon dioxide with water to create biomass more efficiently and rapidly than terrestrial plants. Oil-rich microalgae strains are capable of producing the feedstock for a number of transportation fuels, biodiesels, green diesels, and gasoline and jet fuels, while mitigating the effect of carbon dioxide released from source such as power plants. So this is all about the biofuel, bioenergy, and now we conclude. The green energy looks set to be part of the future of the world, offering a cleaner alternative to many of today's energy sources. Readily replenished, these energy sources are not just good for the environment, our ecosystem, but are also leading to job creation and look set to become economically viable as developments of country. The fact is that fossil fuel needs to become things of the past as they don't provide a sustainable solution to our energy needs. By developing a variety of green energy solutions, we can create a total sustainable future for our energy provisions without damaging the world we all live on. So the realization of creating green energy with a zero carbon footprint is a great stride to a more environmentally friendly future and providing significant economic and social benefits. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Please accept our token of appreciation from Team CIIR.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir.
You're welcome. Thank you for inviting me.
Now, yeah, thank you, sir. Thank you for coming and joining us. Now I request Dr. Ravikant Singh, Professor, Amity Institute of Biotechnology, Amity University, Noida, to address the participants. Dr. Singh has received his PhD in biotechnology from UP Technical University, Lucknow in 2008. He got his MTech degree from Institute of Engineering and Technology, IET, Lucknow in 2002. He has more than 20 years of teaching experience in the specializations of environmental biotechnology, bioprocess engineering, enzyme engineering, biochemical engineering. He has worked on many research and consultancy projects and published more than 50 papers during this time. Dr. Singh, you can start your talk now.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Sunidhi, I think, for inviting me. And first of all, Dr. Surya is also there. How are you, Dr. Surya?
Yes, sir. I am fine. Welcome, sir.
Good, good, good. Introduction is started when I joined. And so now, how many members are? I think we can continue the presentation.
Yes, sir. You can continue.
Okay, okay, okay. Good, good, good. I think this here I am sharing my screen. Just a minute. The screen is visible. The screen is visible or not?
Sir, you are visible and your slides are not in proper manner. Sir, kindly keep it on full screen.
Okay, okay. I'm going to convert it in the full screen, I think. It's okay?
Yes, sir. But it is, I think, second last. Yeah, it is running.
Yeah, it's okay. Running also, na? At that moment, the slide is at the last. That's why.
Okay,
problem.
sir.
Okay.
Please.
Thank you. Thank you for inviting me, Dr. Surya. Today, I am going to talk on how to waste turns into wealth. And for converting waste into wealth, the biotechnological approach is very much important. So this is the beauty of biotechnology. We can convert waste into wealth. Wealth, you can say that in terms of a valuable product, any kind of valuable product, you can say. So by doing this, you can manage the waste as well as you can create a valuable byproduct for the benefit of the society also. So first, I will talk about the waste, and then after, by applying biotechnological tools, how we can convert into the wealth. You all know what is waste. Waste is an unavoidable byproduct of most of the human activities. But if the definition from the environmental protection defined that waste means any discarded, rejected, abandoned, unwanted, surplus matter, whether or not intended for sale for recycling, reprocessing, recovery, and purification. If you can say that nothing is waste, if that waste is converted into the wealth. So that is the 5R policies are there: recycling, reprocessing, recovery, and all we use. So by doing this, we can convert waste into the component. If you are talking about the waste, the thing is very much important at which concentration that waste is, the pollutant is. If concentration under the limit, then it's okay. If it's crossing the limit, then the problem arises. Waste may be may be hazardous, may not be hazardous, may be toxic, may not be toxic. It depends on from which source the waste is coming. That source may be industrial source. That waste comes under the industrial waste. Some industrial waste are hazardous also, some are non-hazardous also. Household waste mainly not hazardous, but the biomedical waste is very infectious waste, and we should cure very carefully how we can convert waste, biomedical waste, into certain component. Nowadays, the major crisis is also coming in terms of the e-waste. This is electronic waste, because it's a big challenge. A lot of infrastructure developments are going on every day. The mobile and different applications and apps are also coming, so that the electronic waste are creating into the society, burdening into the society. So how the electronic waste can be managed? From the electronic waste, if you are going to extract the metal, so that metal you can create or design or develop a semiconductor also. So that the management is also a very important aspect. With the help of microbial source, you can extract metal. You can say that metal recovery from the electronic waste by using microbial source. This can be done very comfortably, very easily. So this is the importance of this waste is. And I already told in the previous slide, the waste which are not reusable, not recyclable, otherwise nothing is waste, come under the category of waste. So there are 5 policies of waste utilization. The first is reduction, recovery, reuse, recycling, replacement, and how we are going to manage all these things. This is very much important. Nowadays, everywhere, either in the agriculture sector, domestic sector, industrial sector, everywhere 5 parts policies are going on, and most of the industries are running on zero waste. The waste should not be discarded. Every waste, everything should be managed inside the industry itself. So this is very much important. I am taking the certain case studies because I am not going to teach you. This talk may help you for doing good research in the area of waste management, in the area of converting waste into wealth. So when we are talking about the starch industries, there are certain composition characteristics are there. If you are going to treat any kind of industrial waste, it is very much important to what are the characteristics of the waste. What is the pH value, COD, BOD, nitrogen content, phosphorus content, and sulfur content. Accordingly, the strategy will come on, because the strategy depends on the characteristics of the waste. So by treating any kind of waste, first the strategy should be there, and a strategy will come after the characterization. So there are the certain starch. If a starch industry is dealing with corn, wheat, potato, washing water, processing water, potato fruit water, so there are certain different kind of characteristics are there, and it is required to be treated how much percent. If BOD is 1700 something, and your target is for discarding the BOD is 30 ppm or 30 mg per liter, so that how much percentage of BOD's removal is required. The target should be set, and accordingly the strategy will be planned. So my target is that where the starch waste industries influence can be utilized, we can convert, we can produce single cell protein or bioenergy and biofuel in terms of methane, ethanol, hydrogen, butanol also from this starch industries. I am talking about these are the case study. It means certain areas are there, certain companies are there, they are dealing, they are producing these methane, ethanol, hydrogen. I'm not talking about the superficial aspects. For treating that, you all know primary, secondary, and the tertiary treatments are there. Primary is the physical treatment, secondary the biological treatment, and the tertiary is the advanced biological or chemical treatment, you can say that. If you are treating a component by the aerobic microorganisms that are called aerobes, If you are treating the waste by using anaerobic micro anaerobes, then that treatment comes under the anaerobic treatment processes. Different techniques and tools are there. For treating starch waste, mainly for primary treatment, sedimentation and settling tanks are going to be used. And for secondary treatment, they are especially treating using trickling filter activated sludge processes also. And when we are talking about the reverse advanced treatment, which is the removal of pathogens, you can say that this is reverse osmosis and ion exchange ion exchange method. By help of that, we will treat our waste, and during the treatment, we can produce methanol, ethanol, hydrogen, and butanol also, single cell proteins also. So both the things are going on. Starch effluents are going to be treated in the ATP plant inside the industry, and industry also producing bioenergy, bioethanol. The produced industry can be consumed by the same industry itself, so that the electric burden on the company will also be reduced by treating waste. This is the important thing, because the waste treatment, most of the industries are not focusing on, because this is a wastage of money. They earlier they think on it, but when they start with the help of scientists and professors, and with the advice, we can convert waste into the valuable products also, and that valuable product may be fertilizer, maybe pesticide, maybe insecticide, maybe bioflocculant, biocoagulant, and bioethanol, biohydrogen, biodiesel, a lot of things. Biohydrogen can also be produced from that. So energy generation, because in coming future, the energy crisis will come into the picture. We will face water crisis, we'll face energy crisis, and both the crisis covered by managing waste into wealth. You can say that these parameters and everything is mentioned in your slide, nothing else. I think this slide is hanging, or yeah. Then when we're talking about the dairy industry, the certain characteristics are there. What kind of components will be there in that? And the effluent which are coming out can be used for the production of that, any kind of product. Beauty value already mentioned. These are the juice beverage industry characteristics are there. Will not talk about. My focus point is only how this distillery wastewater effluents is converted into wealth. So here, this is the example is also given in here. This is primary, secondary. The valuable product may be biogas, methane, hydrogen. That biohydrogen can, you can say that, or polyhydroxy, PHA, biodegradable plastics are also there. This is Dorala Sugar Work, Haryana Distillery Limited, Yamuna Nagar, Sanjeevani Sahakari Sakhar, and so these are the Unit KM Sugar Mills Limited, Faizabad. They are working on it, and they are producing valuable products. The scientists, researchers who are attending this conference, they can go and search it out, and they, if they are not producing certain kind of valuable products, they are full proved. They already, some companies are producing this thing. So you can also start utilizing waste into wealth. In India, there are 295 distilleries producing 3.20 billion liter of alcohol, generating 45 billion liter of wastewater annually. The distillery water has an enormous potential to produce biogas also. This is the problem with the biotechnology, is the biogas earlier is the boom. You can say that very few places the biogas is producing. The lot of the industries are producing biogas, and through biogas they are generating electricity also. How they are generating electricity in place of coal? What is the role of coal? Is coal is creating steam. Through steam the turbine is running, and through turbine the electricity, the mechanical energy is converted into the electrical energy. So why, with the help of in place of coal, we can use biogas also for creating steam? This is the role of steam only, nothing else. There is no role of coal. With the help of biogas, if we are going to create a steam, and that steam are capable enough to drive the mechanical device, mechanical energy into the electrical energy. So a lot of the companies are also working on it. you can say that there is certain problems are there. Scientists and professors are attending this conference also. Biogas and LPG, you can say that CNG also. Everybody know CNG are nowadays using for the transportation purposes also. They are replacing petroleum products. You can electric vehicles are also coming to the picture. So how we can use biogas if it's possible? The problem with the biogas is it's not able to compress in a place. That's why we are not utilizing properly. LPG cylinders are there, but LPG biogas cylinders are not being created. But the research is going on, few people are working on it, and if it will be executed, the biogas industries will be the great industry, because in LPG there are no waste management, but in biogas formation, a lot of waste management is into the picture. Then different shelter house wastes are also there. Just a minute. Shelter house wastes are also there. For that, strategies changes, primary treatment from different tools, secondary treatment from different tools, and the valuable products are going on. That's for the primary, secondary, and tertiary. Which kind of instrument you are going to use? It depends on the characteristics of the waste you are going to treat. And when we are talking about the anaerobic degradation and production of the valuable product, this slide you can clearly understand. If the carbohydrates are there, through hydrolysis, the sugars are producing, and acidogenesis, methanogenesis, and methane, CO2 and methane is produced. This is biofuel. When the protein is there, it converts into the amino acids, then volatile fatty acids, acetic acid, then hydrogen. Hydrogen can be converted into homoacetogenesis through the acetic acid, or if acetic acid is produced, also converted into the hydrogen. And through this, methane can also be produced. If the lipids you are going to degrade or by the anaerobic digestion process, beta oxidation, directly long chain fatty acids can be converted into biohydrogen also. If you are willing to produce acetic acid, you can produce acetic acid. If you are willing to produce hydrogen, you can produce hydrogen or methane also. These are the strategies, and certain valuable products. PHA and enzymes can also be produced from this. Then the pharmaceutical industries are also there. From that pharmaceutical industries, which kind of primary and secondary treatments is required to be treated, and what kind of valuable products can be produced. Majorly methane, biogas, hydrogen, these are going to be produced in that case. And two-stage bioconversions for the energy wastewater management, waste management is मीथेन, हाइड्रोजन, इलेक्ट्रिसिटी, पीएचए, बायोपेस्टिसाइड जैसे हमने पहले भी बताया, बायोफ्लॉकुलेंट, biosurfactants, and some other valuable products can be produced as an end product by utilizing organic wastewater. So this is basically converting it by simple hydrolysis, and with the help of microbial process, the process becomes faster because microorganisms contain certain enzymes which easily converted into the valuable products. So the main important is, if you are dealing with the microbial system, it means you are detoxifying, converting the waste into toxic substance, you can say that, if any toxic substance are there. But if you are dealing with the any absorbent or any chemical treatment, this is simply a removal process. So there are two different things. If you are removing the waste, if you are treating the waste, treating degradation, treating in two ways, removal and degradation. Degradation give you certain valuable products, but removal will not give. Nowadays, research is going on. We can combine both the aspects, chemical as well as the biological treatment, because certain advantages are there in the chemical process, certain disadvantages with the biological processes also. What kind of disadvantages are there? When high concentration of the pollutants are coming from the industry, the microorganisms cannot directly treat them. So that the chemical process come into the picture, they stop, they absorb this process, And when the microbial films are there, that microbial film easily, step by step, can utilize waste which are being already absorbed into the adsorbents, you can say that. So that the biological activated carbon BAC system or biofilm system will help microorganisms for treating waste, or you can say that increasing the efficacy of the microorganism also. But how the microorganism will help the adsorption process? If the adsorption process is there, the pores will be filled with the pollutants, and desorption is also required after adsorption. Desorption is automatically done by the microorganism. Nowadays, this kind of innovations and this kind of strategies are also going on. Effectively, adsorption as well as biodegradation takes place simultaneously when high amount of the pollutants are coming from the industrial effluent. These are the strategies, what products we are going to produce, what type of waste are there, how much amount of productivity kya hogi, and then which kind of technology or what kind of microorganisms we are dealing with. Palm oil mill effluents are also there. There are different strategies. From that, nowadays, they are producing penicillin, antibiotics are also going to be produced. Bioinsecticides are producing some solvents, organic acid, citric acid, itonic acid, itaconic acid, and certain enzymes are going to be produced, or you can say that the hydrogen or biohydrogens are also produced by utilizing the palm oil mill effluent. That effluent, after the process, when the effluent is coming on, and that effluent can also be further treated for producing antibiotic, bioinsecticide, biodegradable plastic, organic acids, solvents, and all. This is the important thing in the area of the biotechnology is the algal biofuel is the very hot area nowadays, because global warming concerns are there, climate change issues are there, level of CO2 is also going to be increased. So with the help of algal biofuel, we can reduce the level of CO2, and because algae captures CO2 just like plants and all, and that algae converts CO2, utilizing CO2 as a food, and algae will grow. From algae, you can produce a lot of valuable products. Your biodiesel, bioethanol, biofertilizers are also being going to produce from the algae. So the advantage of the question is why algae come into the picture? Because 300 times more oil per acre can be produced from the algae when you are comparing with soybean oil, groundnut oil. So this is the important thing. Can grow 20 to 30 times faster than the food crop in 1 to 10 days. 20 to 30 times faster growth. This is important aspect. Produces 10,000 gallon of oil from single acre of land. If you are properly growing the algae, suitable algae, so you can produce 10,000 gallon of oil. From oil, you are going to produce biodiesel and all everything. And the beautiful thing with that is photobioreactors are also there. Next slide will, I think in this slide also you can see the photobioreactor, which can increase the absorption of sunlight, because the CO2 plus sunlight gives energy to the algae. So that proper sunlight presence is also needed. Plants cannot be shifted from one place to the another, but algae can shift. Here the algal beds are there, you grown. The sunlight is not there, you can shift it out where the sunlight is. So this is the beauty of this algal biofuel. This is the sustainable production, sustainable development in that area. Selection of the suitable algae, but obvious is very much important, and development, and it should be the cost effective also. If it is not cost effective, there is no purpose to build all this. So these are the bioreactor, photobioreactor. I think I'm not going to teach. My purpose of this talk is what kind of area, which areas are there where the students can start their research, start their innovations, and by changing, by including, adding something new. This tri-algal biomass, wet algal biomass, this is drying and process manufacturing, packaging and materials. It means after producing, when you are extracting oil from the algae, certain dry waste will also come, and that dry waste can be used as a biomass, biochar, or you can say that the biofertilizers also if possible. So these are the things. This is required to be explored. This thing is that algae will capture CO2 and the sunlight gives biomass, and bacteria captures oxygen which are released from the algae and organic compounds and gives biomass. So you can say that this is the mutualism, mutual aspects, algae releasing CO2, O2, bacteria capturing O2, algae producing certain things, organic waste is coming, organic waste, nitrogen, phosphorus, CO2 from that waste utilized by the algae, and the waste having the organic compounds, which is dissolved solids, you can say that, utilized by the bacteria, and it gives CO2, and that CO2 being utilized by the algae. This is the chain process. These are the advantages and importance of the algal management. Or nowadays, CO2 sequestration is also very much important. Carbon capturing, you can say that, because WHO or UN also told that we should prevent our Earth. If 2-degree temperature will increase in next few years, then a lot of problems will come. So this is our duty to prevent our Earth. This is our duty to cool our Earth, to prevent from the CO2 level, reducing the CO2 level by algal process or by CO2 sequestration, carbon sequestration, you can say that. Biopolymers, bioplastic, biofertilizers, biofuels, glycerine, glycerols can be produced from it. This is the bar chart flow diagrams. You can see that algal culture, harvesting, dewatering, extraction of fatty acid, transesterification. Through transesterification, this biodiesel, glycerol is going to be produced. From here, if you are going to dewatering the thing, extracting fatty acids, here the solid will also out. And through solid, with the anaerobic digestion, you can produce biogas also. And when the gas will come, then solid will also exist. That slurry can be converted into the biofertilizer. This is the one thing. Nutrient, algal production, harvesting, dewatering, solid will come, fatty acid will extract, and from fatty acid, transesterification gives biodiesel and ethanol, and the solid by anaerobic digestion process, it gives biogas. And when the biogas will reduce, certain slurry will also come. This is biofertilizer. Another aspect is also there. Displacement, solid separation, steam, the power generation is coming to the picture. Biogas, solid separation and all. And the bioethanol can also be produced from distillation unit. And fertilizers, CO2, methane, biogas, biodiesel, glycerol, each and everything can be produced from algal culture, which we are going to produce from photobioreactor as well as any kind of pond. I already talked about the film development. This is very much important. To immobilize the microorganisms, we can increase the stability of that microbe. This is the beauty or importance of the immobilization is. So this is the biofilm. Biofilm development is the broad area of research. Lot of scope and opportunities are there. Normal kinetics, biofilm kinetics. This is also very much important. And in a research, the mathematical part and non-mathematical parts are also there. If you are having a strong mathematical background, you can go to the mathematical modeling and simulation of a biofilm reactor system. This mathematical modeling will give you or help you for designing any kind of reactor, you can say that. So these are the important aspects. And this is also a domain of research. This is not required every time you are going to a lab. Without doing any experiment with the mathematical calculation, you can understand this amount of the valuable product, this amount of the diesel, this amount of the glycerol can be produced from this kind of reactor. If you are going to design any reactor, develop any reactor, without mathematical model equation, you cannot develop. How much amount of oxygen is required, what kind of setups are required. If you are designing the photobioreactor, the how, at which inclination the photobioreactor should be, so that the intensity of light will be maximum. Sun se to utni light aa rahi hai, but with the positioning and all, the intensity will increase. So this is the important aspect, and mathematical modeling and simulation of a reactor. Reactor management is also very much important. If you are dealing with the waste management, simplest waste, you can treat waste in a flask level, small scale level, then pilot level, then industrial level. So for scaling up, the mathematical aspects also come into the picture. You must well aware about the mathematical aspects of that. And this is the important part. What kind of things, reactor technology, if you are talking about packed bed reactor, this is trickle and submerged reactor, fluidized bed reactor, airlift reactor, granular bed reactor, membrane aerated biofilm reactor. Each and every reactors have different identities and performance. How the packed bed reactor will perform. If in a packed bed reactor, the microorganisms are immobilized in a beads, then the things are different. If the packed bed reactors are trickle bed reactor, it means trickling the waste. You are going to spread the waste. If you are spreading the waste on the bed of the biofilm, then what happens? Easily the microorganism will treat. Otherwise, the effluent cannot be efficiently treated. जैसा पढ़ा होगा कि यदि if you are going to spread it out, जैसे आप trickle कर रहे हैं, spread कर रहे हैं, but if you are direct contacting the waste to the microorganism directly at a volume, high volume, then it is very difficult to treat by the microorganisms, because microorganisms are sensitive in nature. Microorganisms need certain support system, support mechanism. That's why the recycling, immobilization, and all things come into the picture. Advantages of biofilm: the continuous operation due to self-immobilization catalyst. Residence time of the cell is independent of fluid phase flow. You should know the residence time is very important aspect. The contact time, you can say that the residence time. The contact between the waste and cell, because you are going to treat waste with the help of microorganism. If there is no contact between both of them, we are not able to treat them. So this residence time is also important. Biomass is not subjected to the wash out. These are the advantages are there. And membrane bioreactor is also a very important area where the lot of opportunities are there. Lot of research may be done, and the performance of the reactors may be checked with the help of biotechnological aspects. These reactors are there, will not elaborate all these things. I think trickle bed reactor, packed bed reactor, fluidized bed reactor, these are the special input. You can say that the reactors having three types: batch, fed batch, and continuous. But if the waste coming continuously, the treatment should also be continuous. All the reactors are come into the continuous reactor category. And by changing the geometry of the reactor, we can check the what efficiency of reactor is. Because if you are going to design any reactor, what kind of cost, how much cost is involved, how much time is required to treat the waste. Everything should be checked in a proper way. These are the raw materials and all. CO2 level should be reduced, biocompatible, available raw material, which raw material can be used for this thing. I think already covered all these things. PHA, this is a very important aspect. Biodegradable plastic, you can say that. But nowadays, biodegradable plastics are not properly accepted by the society because it's the costly nature. So being an engineer, our role is to reduce the cost. If we are not able to reduce the cost, if we are not able to meet the requirement of the society or requirement of the industry, the research will close into the publication only. Now the research is going on how the plastic can be degraded. And one of my students got a project in this area, but the microorganism can degrade plastic also. Microplastic utilization and all, lot of scope and opportunities are there. Important thing is there, if you found a microorganism, then it is important how you are going to optimize this process. This is very much important. Plastic degradation is a lot of scopes and opportunities are there. In earlier slides, I told that in the coming future, water crisis and energy crisis will also come. And a lot of water contents in the sea areas are there. But if you are able to convert seawater into the normal usable water, this is also a big research. I think few years back, Israeli Prime Minister came and he demonstrated the process in front of Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji. So you can understand how the processes are going on because we are not aware about it, what kind of research is going on. इसलिए कहा गया है कि the researchers should move around and the awareness is very much important. So my target, my purpose of this talk is not to teach you all what opportunities are there, what are the areas where the research can be done. This is important. I have taken very time, I think 40 minutes around. These are the biodiesel production and all national policies. You must know what are the national policies are there. Nowadays, government focusing on removing coal. If you are doing research according to the national policy, according to the sustainable goal, UN sustainable goal, then you can fulfill the requirement of the society. This is very much important. Nowadays, coal is a big problem. Thermal plants are utilizing coal for generating electricity by creating steam. Simple way is that. As a biotechnologist, we can replace coal in terms of biocoal, biochar. Nowadays, lot of production. The commercial production is important. Biochar is prepared in a lab, but not being utilized by the majority of the society because that is not produced in a commercial scale. So the students, the participants must focus on how we can commercialize the product, scale up the product so that our product benefited to the society. Otherwise, it will go in a lab, it will go in a publication, till patent also. But if the patent is not commercialized, if the technology is not being transferred, this will not help the society. This is important. These sketches and all these, I think you all know, understand this is a simple aspect. But we must target the agencies, Ministry of New and Renewable Energy, Ministry of Environment and Forest and Climate Change. These two major industries are there which can fund us for doing all these things. DST, DBT and all are uniformly funding for doing the same. milk product, that how we can utilize and all everything. Plant biomass, how it is utilized. Lignin, how the lignin can produce energy. Adhesives can also be produced from the lignin. Cellulosic waste, lignin waste, lot of research and scopes are there. Bagasse is coming from the sugarcane industry, how the bagasse can be used. Earlier in farmers, paddies burn, by burning the paddies, lot of pollutions come into the picture. Now the that converted into the fertilizer by making the thing. If you are developing any tablets and all, it will be beneficial. If you are preparing or making the liquid, life is very less. If you are making a composition in form of tablets, then that tablets can be easily transported from here to Tamil Nadu very easily. And the Tamil Nadu people dissolve that tablet and make a composition. And by spraying this paddies, they can convert fertilizers also. The research should be acceptable by the society. You have given the formula and all. By this, you can convert waste into the fertilizers, paddies into the fertilizers. But if you make this thing composition in a liquid form, then this lifetime that may be contaminated and all. But if you convert into the tablet form, then the chances of contamination and the life or stability will be higher also. These things are there. We should work in such an important area. Biodegradable plastic, lot of research going on. One of our colleagues work at IIT Roorkee in this area. But nowadays, how many plastics are biodegradable? Very few. The rich people, the malls and all, they are using that. But majority of the societies are not able to utilize. We should focus plastic degradation on all and optimize the efficacy of the microorganism either with the help of genetic engineering and all, how the plastic can be degraded. This is important. Biorefineries, that you can say that syngases, biohydrogen, biochar. The biohydrogen is also a very big problem. Biohydrogens are also not be accepted. Most of the thermal plants, government hydrogen policies are there. You must go and read the hydrogen policy. From this hydrogen policy, they are focusing on converting hydrogen, creating hydrogen from the water itself.
So sorry
Hello.
to interrupt. Yeah, sir, just wanted to inform you that we have a paper presentation in 10 minutes. So we would like to request you just to conclude this in 8 minutes.
Yeah. Within 5 minutes, I'll conclude. There is no issue.
Sure. Thank you so much, sir. Really sorry.
Okay. Then the biochar, I already told that. Biochar, polymers, pharmaceutical, cosmetics can also be produced from that. Food products, mineral fertilizers, biofertilizers, these things, biodiesel and all, I already told you about. Syngases, biosyngases. The first, everybody knows first generation, second generation, third generation, and fourth generation energies are there. Lignocellulosic waste, how it is converted into this bar chart, you can better understand. Combustion, gasification, hydrothermal processing, liquefaction, pyrolysis, and the biochemical conversions. The biotechnology people can do this work. But the chemical people and some other people go for the thermochemical conversion processes also. These are the aspects where the ethanol and the all valuable products. And these are the case studies. You just go through that case study, how much electricity is going to be produced by this Tamil Nadu company, which was commencing in January 2000. As Anik, it's a very old, 22 years old. And this company is running. What mass balance, material balance, how much energy is producing, and that energy being utilized by the industry itself. So these are the case studies, and these things are there. The simple and the important thing of my talk is we must target, find out the waste nearby our society, and we must try to convert waste into the valuable product. Where you are living, you search it out, what type of wastes are there. This is important. And biofuel and all. And then the bioscience and biotechnological approach will help for doing all these things. If any participants are from the biology background, they can better do all these things. But if a mathematics background peoples are there, they can also contribute for the conversion of waste into wealth by developing, by designing, by creating reactors for that purposes also. So mathematics background as well as the biology background students play a key role for converting waste into wealth. Okay, thank you, done from my side. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so
sir.
much. Please accept our token of appreciation from Team CIIR.
Thank you.
May I now request Dr. Surya Prakash Dwivedi, Session Chair, to extend vote of thanks to the speakers.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Ravi sir, for sharing your vast knowledge. And
thank you.
We are sorry to interrupt you in between your talk.
No problem.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. It has been such an honor to be a part of this wonderful event. On behalf of the organizing committee, I would like to extend my gratitude to our invited speaker, Professor Ravi Kant Singh sir and Professor Naveen Dwivedi sir, for sharing of knowledge among all of us. Thanks to all the participants for making this event successful. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. And thank you, everyone, for being with us. It has been a great session indeed. And now stay tuned with us for the paper presentation by respective authors. And I would like to request you to join your respective rooms for the paper presentation. Thank you so much, everyone.
I'm leaving now.
Thank you.
significant effects, and therefore this experiment was fit. However, one point that was there, that this was not the perfect model with all the factors under consideration, because we can see that there are still some factors insignificant. So we had to do manual permutations, and this was the part where we had to do the technical study and take into aspect all the factors to decide which